You can either try to
Disconnected.
repair. You can either like turn them off or basically try to repair it, or
Yeah, I'm asking how to repair it. I don't remember how to do that.
if it's the normal
I
buy.
sure do love way painting scuffs because
Yeah.
I hate it. I hate it when that
Hold on.
happens to me.
So let him work. Let him work.
So
Let
basically,
him cook.
Oh, so is that what
so-
he's literally working on? Oh, I'm sorry.
yes.
No, he's
So
trying to fix
hold
the
on, hold on.
Model's not mine to work on. If you have weight painting problems, ask Arabo. I'm literally, like, my trackers are not connecting.
All right. So as far as basically, if you hold down the trackers enough where it starts blinking, and then you basically have got to go to your base stations and try to basically repair them or find the vibe trackers. That's one way.
I'm good.
Okay, no, sorry.
But basically, I go through that, and yeah, it's annoying.
Are you good, Luca?
That doesn't really
Actually,
tell me how
Sure,
to
it's okay.
do that, though, other than turn
yeah, we're checking if the trackers are working.
You gotta
I wanted to ask a question.
You gotta hold them down for a bit till it actually does it, and then you gotta like actually go to your VR your Steam VR menu.
That's not what
Are
I
they
mean.
are they plugged into your charging straps right now?
Yes.
Unplug it, then try to connect it. I sometimes have the issue where I can't connect the tracker if it's already plugged into the strap.
Yeah, sometimes I will do that too.
So, yeah, unplug it, turn it off, turn it back on, and see if it'll
I
connect.
already did that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're good. Just, I'm going through
Oop.
the motions that I otherwise would normally.
Well, at least it fits them.
But I can't say Oh, you know, all the tourists, they love it because, you know, it's a funny, silly thing.
Besides which, I think Wales has a pretty firm lock on things that don't have enough vowels, and you have to pronounce all of them.
Measure. Social measure.
Oh, precisely.
Legendary. Let's see what I get ready. I was just going to test something. I'm gonna go back and put it back on the rigging so they're ready. Hopefully they'll catch the clue.
Can I interest you in a cup of coffee?
That'd be lovely,
How are
sir.
you doing
Let's-
this morning?
Let's go have some. Although
All
I'd be
things
having tea,
considered.
but, you know, it's all the same to me at the end of the day.
Rather annoyed, but there's nothing much I can really do about that to change that, considering, well, decisions were made outside of my purview, and everyone else from my brass, my superiors, including myself, is rather pissed about it.
Mm-hmm. I was none too happy when I received the orders to return, much less when I was not told the reason initially.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, this is still our operation.
I would agree. This is going to leave a lot of players back home on Earth very unhappy, right? You know. And in the future, for certain. I
This is
suspect
go-
that is part of it.
More than
Trying to
likely.
make it before anyone else.
Quite. No one's quite really willing to stand idly by, and no point once up the sidelines. It was only a matter of time before someone tried to strike and set something up.
True.
We'll have to figure some way out through this. As far as that. As far as we currently have, at least we have some sort of autonomy.
We just need to tighten things up. Make sure it all goes smoothly.
Which is all too imperative of
There's no
why this
telling,
needs to happen.
I can let them know about the certain aspects of the battle group. Would be happening now if it weren't for Brazil. So
Yes, I guess we can thank Brazil on that part, at least for causing some interference.
true. They don't want it either, but we certainly have no reason to trust them. In my opinion, we just have to hope that we stay here at least a while longer.
Quite. It's a matter of pride as far as they're concerned, but at least that the B can use the advantage to delay them as much as possible.
True. I will say this though, at least it was not the Chinese.
Very
They
true.
are chomping at the bit.
You're telling me practically everyone in Brat. I've known numerous times I've heard from my friends over from Washington and not they're basically saying that they're practically chomping at the fucking bits.
I imagine.
And I will say they're not they're one of the last people they want to get that my nation wants to get the mitts on.
Yes. I suppose we'll see how it all plays out, but
Indeed. Well, I'll go. Give me a I need to go find some people, see if they can distribute some of those, the vaccination.
Did oh,
Yes, Sergeant Zoe?
sickness passing through the base. You should know, when I was in France, I was struck ill.
It hit. It happened to you outside the portal.
I think I was sick on the way out. No signs until I was there.
I
suppose
see.
If it was the same,
Tell me,
I may
did
have
you?
caught something while traveling. But I don't think so.
I don't believe in coincidence in this case. Let's see what happens. By the way, shit.
I'll be right back to give you some food. I'm just gonna give it to the gate.
You're fine.
There was no one actually chasing me around a desert. It was just trying to keep up with getting my doctorate.
You know, all the shit that like I know you've done and like have seen and have been through, I think that's the most horrendous thing I've ever heard you say.
It should have been a fucking war crime.
Mm-hmm.
We have
Speaking of war crimes,
we have people outside with arrow
what can we
wounds.
do to actually get?
Arrow
I was
wounds.
about to ask what we would do to get like
Have you
proper
seen
first
arrow
aid
wounds?
training because I was up to
do we
my
have Kobo?
elbows
Is he about?
in blood last week.
No,
doing
Kobo's. No, Kobo's.
that was
He's busy doing doing business.
We need to find somebody medical.
Yeah, we need a medical.
Are we doing this again?
I'd move them to the tents for now. They it would be bad if
I'm
something
not carrying people if it needs to be. Don't mind me. What's up?
See if we get some basic
Okay.
first
Ask
aid.
this before I have to go do medical shit. Pour some whiskey in it. I know you've got a plan.
Seems, yeah.
Again.
Fuck, is Yamato awake? I saw her and
Has the,
Just go get
myself,
don't,
so-
don't,
Alright,
yeah,
what's
go,
happening?
Go get coffee or something. Don't worry about it.
Bella, what's the matter? Are you hurt?
It did
I'm
not
gonna
as
go
far as she
just
came
start
back.
getting things.
Virus?
Thanks right now. He came back.
Shit. Okay. Okay. All right, get him ready.
Hey, we need a trauma kit. Apparently, Muselfinks has multiple arrows sticking out of him, and they can't move him up here.
No, not
No.
The fucking doctor's
He's a
fucked too.
patient.
No, it's not. It's not.
no.
It's not
Musa-
Musa thinks. It is Captain Voss.
He
Oh.
has a patient. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
We still need a
grab
trauma
couple
kit for
trauma
someone
kits.
else.
We're gonna have to meet them into town. There should be a couple
I
in
can't
either of
lock
the
it.
tents.
You guys
and
have the
crates there.
keys in there.
Oh shit!
I don't have
here.
Here, I got him. I got it. I've got it.
All right, here, just yeah, because this is all the doc stuff. I don't have access.
There you go.
Okay. Okay. Do we have someone who knows how to use all this stuff?
Any one of the peacekeepers should be able to do basic.
There should
field
be
medicine.
basic
Send
field
one of them.
dressing at least.
All right. Well, that needs to be someone who isn't me then. Oh God, why do I feel like crap this morning? All right, who's ready to go? I'm glad I slammed the coffee with some bourbon in it.
Let's see.
All right, I've got a trauma kit. Who's taking me down here? Who knows how to use it?
We need what? Who's in here right now?
Where do we go?
I need at least one. I need someone to go. I need someone to go with Van Owens to help field dress Captain Varus in town. He has a trauma kit.
I don't know if he's in town or at Muselfinks's. Do we know if he's in town or at Muselfinks's?
I believe he's at Muselfinks's.
Is a Muselfinks's then?
Here you go. Here, just left pocket. I'm kind of holding a
I
thing
know
here.
how to like wrap bandages,
Yeah.
but and pour the alcohol on it.
Yeah,
very rude.
basic field dressing is fine. It's at least enough to get him treated.
Meet me there.
Yes, go. If that's the case, go ahead.
Okay.
Go, Father.
I'll start
I'll,
going.
I'll go, I suppose. Do you want me to go?
No. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead, Zoe.
I'll stay put. Alright,
What's going on here?
Well, that was an
I
interesting
had a meeting with one of the night
breakfast
shifters.
conversation.
You good?
Are you?
Yeah. Okay.
All right, come on. Get it moving. Koval's out, so it's you guys again.
Do you know what? Do you know what? As I was told that Muselfinks's hut, if you know where that is.
Musel thinks it's hard. Yeah, I know where he is.
I don't think he's
but-
hurt. I think he's tending to.
No,
the
his
wounded in
hut.
town. We just need
Yes.
somebody on it. Oh, his hut.
Yes, I know where his hut is. Yeah.
Yes, it should be there. Captain Varus
Alright,
is that
take us
is.
there.
Is that where we're going? Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a couple more trauma kits.
Yes, please. Okay, let me just.
We waiting on her? Is she head out already? What's going on?
No, she's in there right now, so waiting on her. I've actually never been to his hut before, so I don't know the direction.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, speaking with him. All right. Yes, you're seeing that she is carrying a baggie of banana chips. Let us go.
All right,
Understandable.
Sergeant. One of the peacekeepers should have be at least applying basic first aid, but he'll for any further treatment he'll need something better.
Okay. Hello, Jean.
Shit's fucked in the
I
town.
will
I didn't get a chance to
sign
sign
in.
in. Yeah, I don't think any of us did.
You don't need to sign in currently. Just wait. Are you
It's-
coming back from the town or going to the town?
Yeah, well, I meant like
We're going to the
morning
town.
sign in, like with Landry. He's
Yeah, we
also
didn't get to
absent at the
morning
moment,
sign
so
in.
The sheet's being filled out, but some of us might not have done
I'll just mark you
Um,
3.
It's,
it. Yeah. There's still a
I
couple
was on
people
base already in the first place. No need to sign me in.
cafeteria.
I've already done that.
You've already seen my face. Hello, good morning, buenos dias. Let's go.
Alright, well, you're leading the way, because I don't think either of us know where this hut is.
All right then.
And that's the thumb on that. I'm lucky if I can get.
Not even daylight yet. Fuck.
Yeah, it's funny. These are supposed to be considered off days. Funny, I've never quite felt like I've been off duty the whole goddamn time.
No, this is why they're off days, because if they gave us a bunch of shit to do on these days, we wouldn't be able to catch up when random things happen.
Now that doesn't stop the stack of papers and the constant calls from my end.
Never does. Now I've been swiping paperwork out of your office just to lighten your load. And I've got a fucking stack in there too. It's not even as bad as you have seen it. It's worse.
I have my thanks then.
I don't know why the fuck they think they can swamp either of us like that.
I mean, sure, I've They know I'm good for it, but they know that I have multiple things there. I'm have to fucking manage civilians here, so I don't have fucking time.
She ran by and she was
She
like
was-
whimpering.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Do you want to break off and check in on that, and I'll take these trauma kits to him?
Yes, go ahead. Hmm?
I don't think.
Here to bear us home, Major?
What the fuck happened to you?
I think.
I'll tell you all about it if you can, I can tell you all about it over a warm cup of coffee back at the base. How about that?
Fine, go ahead. We already have some people that are immensely medical there, but Landry, are you good at least to try once you get a trauma kit to apply aid as well? What about? Fine, follow me. Let's go back to the base.
Something you should hear. There's war really close to where we are.
Yes.
Beastkin, Wolfkin, Rabbitkin, really duking it out. Just like a day's travel to the west.
Yes, well, I've been receiving reports. May have what?
I'm just quite surprised it was
May have
that
implied our existence is not that far away.
What?
Funny story, yes. I believe Mr. McLean can explain in quite detail over some coffee back at the base.
This has been a long conversation then. I guess I'll be able to sit down then.
Yes. Quite a long one indeed.
So, how have things been back here at home base while we were gone?
Well, chaotic morning to start the news. Remember Captain Varus, the captain of the town, the guard captain of the town?
Yeah. What about him?
Heard all about him this week.
Yes, apparently he returned and he has got several arrows lodged in his back.
Arrows lodged. Oh. Glad he's not the only one.
Yeah, I guess we have something in common then.
You don't
Yeah.
think per se he was in that place, in the same place we were at. I mean, the thing there was pretty heated.
Well,
that's great.
So here's what I think.
Mm-hmm.
The Wolfkin we talked to, who were Wolfkin in the conflict, when we told them that Varus was a captain here, they called him a traitor.
So I don't think he was with them. Which also, I guess, would suggest that neither the Wolfkin nor the Rabbitkin in these fights are allied with the Empire.
Maybe they're just fighting for ground.
That's so.
From the sounds of it, seems like
Maybe,
seems
you
like
know,
a
just
fight.
hunch.
Seems like it's a fight between two influential powers.
That's what I think. The only thing I'm curious about then is who attacked that town.
Well, our guide did say it was somebody from the north. Well, that's one leader we have.
So as far as the aggressing forces, it was confirmed to the Wolfkin and the Rabbitkin.
Yep.
That is correct.
We
ended up getting chased down by a couple rabbitkin and saved by some wolfkin friends we made in the town.
I see.
They did manage to lead us to what it was we were looking for, though.
So
we
you
found the POW camp, or what remained of it. Found tire tracks, indentations in the earth, whatever it was that got moved.
Excuse me.
And it wasn't back here.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I think it's still out there.
What is all of this all about?
Dawn is such a tryhard.
They're doing the sign-in.
Alright.
McLean, Huckleberry, and Laundry. I'll send them in.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's good to
yeah.
be back.
Thanks. Yeah.
For now, when.
Talk to them since,
Mm-hmm. And it appears we have quite a lot to talk to from the sounds of it. But first, let's first at least triage the wounds, if that's the case.
What's in the actual file?
Yeah. Appreciate that.
Alright,
we'll
inside
talk
the
about it over some coffee later. I see Huckleberry came back with new clothes.
Mm-hmm. And
That is another story.
What the hell did I miss?
They've been gone for a week.
they've been gone for a week. They went out to set up for a POW camp. Apparently they got embroiled in a battle about 2 days out. Wolfkin and rabbits.
That explains the arrows in Boris's back.
Whatever the case, whatever the story is, I think it's important that I hear every bit of it.
I'd agree.
You were a quick thinker, and you were resourceful.
Alright.
With that, in that alleyway, you got us out of there.
There you go.
Alright, how do you fare?
Alright.
You'll see that he has two kind of like treated wounds, but arrow wounds kind of in his back. Not in vital areas.
Oh, yeah, that's things.
Shit, though that's not.
Sorry.
Yeah, an arrow
Nothing I
wound.
can do about it.
Well, it looks like it's been treated, but at least need to
As well as all
have
those
a clean
bristles
address
where
on
those
this
trees
wound.
fell from.
Oh, the
that's
bad
what I
news
was,
is the doctor is nowhere to be
That's
found
what I was
right now.
thinking.
He's away on business. So,
They might still be at Musa Finks's
basic field medicine
hut.
is going to have to do.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Well, good your tea, Jackson. It's not gonna be pretty, but at least
And the drill
it'll hold you for until you can get this looked at.
Give us some of this.
Right.
Alright.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's an arrow wound.
Yep.
Deep one, and like some wyvern.
It's gonna stain a bit, but hold on.
Back.
Alright.
Okay. Some disinfectant on that. We're probably going to have to stitch you up a bit.
Alright.
Ooh, ow. Oh,
Looks like it's been stitched a bit. Here, raise your arm a bit so I can get the wrapping over it.
Thanks. Oh.
How's your needlework?
Oh dear.
I'll take
Alright.
care of it then.
That should hold at least for now, until someone can get close and look at it.
If you do not mind,
Alright.
I will get
Try
dressed.
not to take up any cardio activity in the
This way,
meantime.
I'm not quite a fan of needles myself. Is it in yet? Tell me
This
it's
is
in
gonna
already.
feel weird.
Yes, yes. Ah. Decapitots. Ooh.
So it's
After
basically
falling down 100 feet, this wouldn't hurt as much, but oh.
that's based on what the reports I heard were true.
Stop the bleeding.
And fighting's that intense, not far off.
You fell 100 feet.
Yep. And the
No broken bones?
whatever the forces are from the north, they're gaining
have
ground.
A little bit of sprain on my
As soon as we
leg.
left, they
Been limping the entire
as
time
soon as we
got
were
here.
leaving the town, it
I feel like my arms go
It,
suffer the most.
we looked back and we saw plumes of smoke rising, and we were informed by our guide later that it had been invaded moments after we had left.
Shit, ma'am. Sir, what happened to you?
Oh, it's a long story. Yes. It is a long story that you haven't told me yet.
Yes, it's a story that it's a story that they're gonna get, that they're going to make sure to share with us.
Yeah, you can join us for some morning coffee.
I've already had my fill, but
If
I'll
you
be.
wanna go eat at the cafeteria since you've been gone, maybe you're hungry.
Oh,
After everything that
thank you. You're a lifesaver, really. Alright.
We'll take that later after
Make
we've
something hearty for
debriefed
you,
everything.
too.
Thank you.
Oh, why not debrief over breakfast?
Appreciate it.
I think we've earned that.
Go get your meal. Go get your meal, sir. You've already gotten my punishment from whatever sort of wound that is.
Before you wander,
Yes. 3
you
multiple
get your
times
sidearm.
almost at the
I'll
brink
check
of
them all
death.
in.
Oh, I don't
A
carry one.
sidearm.
Mine
A
was with
sidearm.
you.
Wait, what? What sidearm?
Each of them left with a sidearm. I carried them for the most of the event, though.
I'm sorry. What?
Excuse me, sir.
How in the hell did they get a fucking sidearm? You're the only one supposed to be allowed to carry that. The rifle and the sidearm that you were carrying. Those were only things that were allowed in there. How did they get one?
I didn't have one, for the record. I'm a reporter, not a fighter.
Okay. What's this other sidearm then?
You know, we can talk with
Here.
Mr. Huckleberry about it.
It's a Warren Makarov.
I took it from Huckleberry once I realized he had it.
That's not ours.
What?
What do you mean it's not ours? We get pretty shoddy equipment. You can't.
This is not
wouldn't it be
This
just
is
the
not
luck?
our issue. This is a Makarov. This is Russian made. This is not of our issue.
Can you put it on the
We have USPs.
Did he bring it with him? Did he want to
Sure thing.
be a hero or something?
I want to hear everything that went on about this mission. Don't leave a single fucking detail.
Sir, yes, sir.
Miss Leliana, they need their vaccines, especially since they've been out there. Better to set them in. I brought in a box. Some of them have
Were you wounded?
vaccines.
It's all.
Brendavir.
I wasn't. Armor did its job.
For typhoid fever.
We've already been vaccinated as far as the typhoid.
They haven't, though. That's why they need the new.
Alright. Zoe, can you treat Jackson?
There should be some antibiotics in the thing as well if you're already back.
Yeah, put out your arm.
Alright.
Alright.
Surely nothing
So
as
this
bad
is the,
as what you already had?
Nah.
It's just a precaution. We also have.
Alright.
So is this the
Oh, damn.
illness that's been traveling around, the plague, that I heard so much about?
At least that's what we identified it as.
That's interesting. What do the doctors have to think about that? If it's, well, I mean, if it originated here and it's a disease we know. Well, we
don't
didn't
know much
bring it.
about that, but they seem to be looking into it as far. They just know it's typhoid fever, which is the vaccines were sent over. We just sent a few boxes into town with Brendavir and Doan and Nadia. They should have 4
Right.
boxes in town currently, much like this one.
Alright, now that we got that taken care of, let's have that talk.
You're doing good work. Yeah.
Heading back to the gate.
How in the fuck did they get a hold of this?
Of interaction like that isn't just a violation of UN treaty and standards, but a war crime.
I understand
I made you some hash
all of that,
browns,
yes.
some eggs, and some bacon. A very hearty meal.
But I have to
Thank
I have
you.
to push on the fact that it was all in
Please,
self-defense. None of it was in the act of malicious intent, of course.
Eat your breakfast too.
I just
Major, do you think you could just walk through Mr. Huckleberry's here's, you know,
Eat, please.
the level of
A severity of the
Violence that's
situation?
acceptable by PKAs. No. Just exactly what you are allowed to do.
It is quite simple. We are only allowed to discharge our firearms on very set circumstances. One of which, defending your squad mates, allies, aid workers, or any of that nature, religiously. Defending people that could be potentially in danger. Never inside a public space or towards a public in general. And long and short,
and
act only in defense.
And this is for the PK, sir, not for the civilians.
Not
so,
civilians.
You know. And I believe there's something else to be said about the fact that you had a weapon that wasn't even from our armory.
Yes, well, about that, sort of must have slipped my mind.
Slipped your mind?
Some of the paperwork I was done. Yes, but I will say my paperwork about that is clear as day. I have it back in my quarters to say that I legally brought that gun here. I thought it was approved. I'm actually quite surprised that it's all of a sudden, to be fair.
Mr. Hackberry, I thought we made it abundantly clear that civilians were not permitted firearms under any circumstances. Only peacekeepers were allowed to hold them or even use them.
Yes, yes, that did slip my mind a little bit, but I assure you that everything I did in that situation was all planned and made sure that all the proper safety precautions were met. But yes, I do agree that was an error in my part. I'll make sure to,
Would you like to please recount what the situation transpired that allowed the reason for this in the first place?
Who the hell authorized you to go off the base, no less, either? Where did that come from, sir?
I only permitted Landry and Jackson to investigate, and they were to investigate, not be an aggression or do anything like that, and act only in defense. This was supposed to be to look over suspected POW camps.
Well, that is also another thing that they should answer, because I thought we were only going to a small camping trip. Wasn't that right, Mr. McLean?
Well, I may have not told you the... I don't think any of us could have really known the scale of what we were getting ourselves into. I do think I told you what we were looking for. I just didn't know where we were going to find it.
And what exactly was that? The POW camps? Is that it?
He's gonna pull out like an old MRE bag. It's got some soil in it. We traveled for about a week. Found a riverbed with bullet casings in it. A couple days travel from here, the base. Traveled upstream and we found a large clearing with large indentations in the ground and tire tracks leading away. There was a POW camp, but they moved it, and I don't think they moved it out. Whatever it is, I think there's something still out there. I tried to get a sample of the soil to see if we could find if there's any tear gas residue. I'm gonna drop that by Dr. Oshiro later today, but I think we might have to go back out there.
Where has that doctor been anyways? It's been over a week since I've seen her.
Oh?
She's been missing.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell?
But, back to the current topic. We were in a town. An Outroan village. No, a town. It was large enough to be considered a town. We had exchanged our clothes for some more local fitting ones to try and go undercover. And we were searching for a particular veteran inside of a tavern who might have been might have had experience with the Battle of the Blood Moon and might have been taken prisoner as a result. When we found her and went to talk to her, one of Professor Huckleberry's methods of, I guess, opening the door, so to speak, was to buy her some drinks, as it were. Turns out they were way too expensive for what we had, and in an effort to create a diversion for us to get out of there, I believe Professor Huckleberry fired his gun. I couldn't get an idea of it clearly. Wasn't really visualizing it. Turned away. Fired his gun at a bottle on the wall, I believe it was, in an attempt to create a distraction.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh no, you're leaving a couple key points out there though. Just before that was happening, you're leaving a couple few points there. As I did that because as we were about to pay for it, which I was very well meaning to pay, the bar suddenly started going quite getting rousy, and some of the what do you call it? The bar, the people around there were starting to get a little bit murderous around the tavern. The fights there were getting a bit quite
And that was your reason for clearly violating direct rules of engagement to do this. Firearms in an open public area where civilians are.
Now, you did mention that it's to use it to make sure our accompanying my fellow teammates or people I was with were safe, and my assessment in that situation was there was somebody rapidly approaching Mr. McLean, big brute he was, and I was trying to find a situation that would be of most suitable outcome of us without nobody getting hurt. And
Mr. McLean, do you concur with this assessment?
A big brute? I don't recall. Which one of them was that?
The guy beside you, the one I bumped to when I was walking to Miss Marissa on the way, and was quite a bit angry when that happened. So the grudge was there already to begin with.
So your first thought was discharging a firearm.
Well, actually, that was my last resort. There was no other choice in that situation. It was either one of us got hurt or the tavern itself. A little few drinks. We can. That's something that we can fix up later. But I would say the safety of my colleagues is more important than a couple of drinks down at the tavern.
I'm sorry if
I cannot speak as to the validity of that figure. I will admit that Professor Huckleberry did act in the interest of protecting me and Landry and attempting to not harm anybody. Even if I vehemently disagree with his methods, we did ultimately make it out of that town in one piece. I'm not going to say any more.
Besides that tavern keeper had a knife on me. Did you not see the one on his shoulder?
What were these methods exactly? I apologize, I was looking through my records.
Mr. Hackberry's,
Can you repeat that?
his solution to this was he had perceived this situation of a large individual approaching in a threatening manner, and his message for the situation was taking his sidearm and shooting a bottle in a public space. And probably in the general vicinity of the civilians, I might add.
Huckleberry, most of them don't know what a firearm is. What do you think they would think you did?
And they'll never know. But to be fair, there were soldiers in that.
They'll
tavern
never
as well,
know?
weren't they? Technically, never saw it.
Veterans.
How do you know this?
Veterans from the Battle of the Blood Moon.
I made sure it never left my bag.
Do you realize what that action alone puts us in. This could jeopardize the entire mission there. One shot is enough to embroil this whole fucking mission.
Now, I wasn't the only one that shot a gun that week.
Do
I thought
not
so.
put that on the private.
What do you mean by that?
Explain.
Saved our lives.
Laundry, I believe you have something to say. I know that look. I've seen it before.
Speak, Private. Go ahead.
So, to add to the tavern situation, it was escalating out of control. There was a brawl starting in addition to what was going on at the counter.
Mm-hmm.
On top of that, once we got out, we were pursued by a large group of the residents from the tavern. They apparently wanted our stuff. We got backed into an alleyway. They blocked us off. They had people on the roofs with crossbows. They fired a warning shot. I put a warning shot into the ground to get us some distance. We then used that break to escape through a building into a different alleyway.
In that instance, though, you were you were following proper procedure as far as that. You were fired upon at that point, and you discharged your fire in that common defense, and only as that absolute last resort. Mr. Hackberry's case is completely different.
I believe there's more.
So, in addition, while we were making our way back, we came across an active battlefield. We tried to avoid the pockets, and for the most part, we were successful, crossing one opening we thought was clear. We got ambushed by a bunch of rabbit folk who pursued us. We couldn't outrun them. They outnumbered us. We stopped. He had already taken arrows. Huckleberry and I were in cover at the moment. He was in rough shape. He stopped, tried to talk his way out of the situation. It wasn't going well. They turned to try and capture us. I put a couple more warning shots into the trees around them. They persisted. We had a couple wolfkin show up who were apparently friendly, tried to assist, but again, the rabbitkin outnumbered us, and I ended up putting one down. Sir.
Granted, our intent was not to be the attackers there. In that case, you were acting in defense of your charge. Granted, it's not ideally what we wanted to happen, but in that case, the actions taken were not mistaken in that case. And you tried to not make deliberate kill shots.
I told them to run, and they didn't. They're all a bunch of freaking savages.
They're scared.
You also mentioned that you dropped. I overheard you mentioned you said you dropped Valis when you were out there.
Not me.
Right. Heavily armored figure, foxfolk by the look of him. Multiple weapons, prosthetic leg. They confronted me and Huckleberry in a clearing. Said they smelled kitsune on us. It was. At the time, we had no idea what that meant. So we said, no, we've never met any of those, and they called us a liar. So they attempted to, well, they were approaching us with weapons drawn, pounced on Huckleberry here. I did the only thing I could to keep him from getting hurt. We've already told the folks around here who need to know about that.
And you confirm that this town that you've come was completely burning as you were escaping.
Yes, it was, our guide told us later that it was an attack from the warring forces. Didn't get a chance to look at which, didn't know if it was Wolfkin or Rabbitkin. Came from the north, though.
Did you say a guide?
Yes, you mentioned a guide.
You might have seen him around town, large guy, blonde hair, black hood, and I think like a sleeveless, fur collared vest deal. Goes by the name of Yoon. He saved our bacon multiple times, even though we didn't initially realize it. We thought he abandoned us on the second day. We had come across what was a sort of river barge, I guess, for trade, ran by some they're called sirens, was it? I think that's what he said.
Siren folk, I believe.
They were trying to keep us talking, but then they suddenly left. We only found out afterwards that it was because they were trying to keep us distracted while some of their friends tried to flank us and imprison us, sell us off as slaves. A guide stopped that, thankfully. We didn't see him again for the rest of the trip, but he was nearby, I assume.
To be
I
fair,
see.
It's his story. And when we met up with him outside town, he was covered in blood, and he freely admits it was someone else's. So.
I see. Well, I'm sure I don't have to explain how bad this is. And I will be perfectly I acknowledge decisions were made and for the purpose of saving your lives and coming back here. However, we have this may have done more damage than you could imagine. And I'll be perfectly honest with you, Mr. Hackberry. You are civilian, so you do not directly go into my preview there. But I would be perfectly honest with you. For your conduct and act, I would basically have you scrubbing latrines for a fucking week with a goddamn toothbrush and licking it once you're done.
At a certain point, all coffee is good coffee. After you, please.
Do you have any idea how bad this is?
I completely understand the situation, and I will take responsibility for any violations that I've done.
I will not yell. I will not yell. I will not get angry. I will not.
I expect you to conduct yourself in the best behavior in the future.
Many thanks, friend.
You have my word on that. I don't think I'll be
gonna make this right.
engaging any kind of.
If I can grab my coffee.
I won't be engaging in any sort of.
There we are.
Experiences like that anytime soon. That's for sure. You can count on me on
Everyone
that.
else getting hurt and us having to deal with it.
And any further field trips outside of the Vals's perimeter are going to be taken a little more precautionary, given the extent of severity that of the war that is happening here. We're gonna have to be very careful how things are handled. That we cannot have another incident like this.
That's what happens happened apparently with your gentleman.
And if
down here
anyone,
this
I mean, if
morning, and then the other
anyone
gentleman was the one that we had to grab the
has any
epi van and
recollection
try
of
to
what
get away.
happened in that town, that anything was shot or fired,
What about him?
that could dramatically hinder our purpose here.
A native whose tongue was swelling up in his head in town.
Question, were you shot by a very large bear person?
What? No, can we talk about this later?
Right. Okay, it's not connected. Good.
Immediate humanitarian crisis and all that goodness.
sorry,
Also,
can you
Musil
repeat
gave
what
me
you
a
said?
very interesting piece of information just now.
I said, if any message of what transpired in that town could transpire, it makes our situation 1,000 times worse from here and from the outside.
Here's the thing:
Only rained
when
twice
you
in the
look
last
at
2 months.
exactly that's a symptom, right? We already know there's problems with our radios with the atmospheric bounce, and we've sort of
It
identified
currently
it as an
sits on the edge of a
atmospheric
knife.
issue. Usually, when you see that,
This is not the
it
kind of
speaks to
trouble this is
ionization.
needed.
That's like sunspot activity, but this is different. So at least we're starting to zero in on
We
why
are
the
much
radio's
closer,
not working the way they're
for the
supposed to. We should
majority
have
of
much
you,
better range than we do, and they cut off
much
too
closer to being pushed out of here than you realize.
So any more fuck-ups like that is just going to strengthen that argument.
We also need you to...
There's some good news today. What do you need me to do, son?
Of course. Write off a weather balloon as a loss?
After today's turn of events, I believe that's quite easy.
If that's everything.
There's the problem that it might become a diplomatic problem for you.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph, what happened with the goddamn balloon, sir?
Yep, I'd
Nothing yet.
say that's
I'm
about
telling
it.
you before it happens, so you can be aware of it. I'm being proactive,
Not much else
just
I can
doing things
recall.
cowboy style.
How would a balloon cause a diplomatic
There
incident?
is. I'm
What goes
convinced
up
there
must
is another
come down.
location.
And at some point, a
Wherever
balloon, which
those
is full of stuff that makes no
tire
sense
tracks
to anyone
lead to,
here is
they
going
don't
to
lead
land
back
in
here.
someone's kingdom.
Exactly what direction did they
There's
go by?
something else out there.
Someone in the hills.
I don't know that we can rely on a hope with that, unless you want us to
It
try to go
was
and talk and build
east.
a scuttling charge into it. In which
But
case,
not
East.
Not in the same direction
It
as.
hasn't yet. We haven't launched it yet specifically.
Not in the
because I
same
wanted to
direction as
establish-
Okay, good.
camp
If
here.
it goes about east of the
If I had to
town,
guess,
we
I'd
should be
say
all right.
what
It
we're
shouldn't
looking
hit
for
anything.
is
There's only a
somewhere
few major towns
south,
outwards. If it goes,
west, southeast,
the other direction, then
south
we're
of here.
going to get the ratios, the Dwarven Contents.
But I don't know for sure.
North, some space.
We'll have to ask that question when we have at least a better idea of the situation around us.
Yeah.
Any idea how far out
like to
it
go
might
and
be?
get it back. So,
Day's travel.
If it goes directly in any cardinal
Well,
direction.
the war was a day's travel out. Wherever this camp might be,
populated.
no idea.
Yeah. So
They had vehicles, so it could be anywhere
I'm
from
talking to you about
a
it
couple
before you
hours to a couple
entertain the idea.
days.
If they have vehicles, they could be 3-4 days out,
Figuring out the radio
given how much time they had.
They're gonna be slowed by the forest,
into
but
someone's life.
With the roads.
No other ways of
Talk with the
tracking.
Anyway.
demolitions expert about the scuttling charge.
Not that we saw.
Because I believe that might be more prudent. The last
Traveled
thing I
through the
want
woods
to do is
mainly. Didn't
have
want to make
another
ourselves a
party
scene, but I
of,
didn't catch sight of any vehicle trails or the like. I guess there was one more thing, but I don't think it's too relevant. On our way back, we found a large
In that
clearing.
case, you need to sign off on some
Multiple
radio equipment
branches
transmit
smashed to the
information
side,
gets back and whatever
smoke
equipment you're
rising
turning
out of the
to moderate
ground.
the spectrometer.
Didn't look like
It's
it
gonna
was
go away.
machines that broke those trees, but also
Just leave it on my desk now.
it was a
What if you
huge
attach a very
area of
long
broken
string to
trees.
it?
You take a picture of it, just to make sure. I'm certain.
I've got a
somebody in
picture,
the
but I'm
Bayview
gonna have to
will
get
find
that developed.
One, we would need
If you could, I'd like to see that. See what it is in the first place. Whatever it is a large clearing like that. Is it not a?
It has to go so high.
Is that something that's
I mean, relative
conventional in the sense I would imagine out here, given the level of technology they have?
it's going to be getting very extreme
Yeah,
altitudes. Like
I'm trying not
back in
to
the
think of
days.
what might.
Varus, right?
That's nowhere near
Yeah,
anyone goes.
I'm trying not to think about what might
that high.
drop into a clearing,
Exactly,
flatten
that's kind of the
several,
thing. It's going to be up
dozen
in these
meters worth
very
of
thin
trees,
layers of the
set stuff on
atmosphere.
fire, and then leave.
Hmm.
No wyverns exist, right?
That's the air becoming very thin, yes?
I don't think wyverns
it
can make
starts to
damage
around
that
there. That's
big.
the delta layer. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and wyverns. We got attacked by wyverns, but
Yeah,
Landry
Cheeky,
uh,
what can I
so
help you
yes.
helped us out.
Ma'am.
Saved both me and Huckleberry's lives.
But yeah, so it's.
Well, if I can understand, they're pretty territorial and they don't like to be really being approached, so that makes sense.
But this is putting it up there into the upper atmosphere. Science.
Science. Let's go get that kid.
Yeah, that's about it. You got anything to add?
Professor.
Well, which
I
kid do we
believe
want?
that's it.
Oh, right, we wanted to
I
go
mean,
and-
there was
I'm gonna
that
bring some
person of
glassware
interest
down. We're
we
gonna try to
saved
use a bit of a
in the war
distillation
zone,
on some of
Miss
his
Marissa, if I believe her name
alchemy
was.
to see if we can make an enhanced healing potion.
Right, Marissa Wolfkin. We gave her the location of Valis as well, but
No one
not
said
as
no.
not as any kind
Why
of.
not? We can go and refine it down.
She lost a friend trying to save us. We told her if she ever needs a place to go.
I've lost any
Seek
sort
that
of
out.
thing close
She
to
knew
this
Varys.
Yes, one thing of note would be that they seem to have some connection with
This
the
conversation has
captain.
been interrupted quite a number of times.
Captain of the captain of the guard, I believe.
And the last thing I want happening is
Hmm.
somebody whom I have no idea whose affiliation is with
I see.
be listening into
So it seems like they're... So look...
attempted
I'm guessing they're... a survivor, I'm guessing. Associate.
They had been in the Battle of the Blood Moon, and I have reason to believe that they were also imprisoned at the camp.
I'll make sure she speaks with you as soon as possible.
Do you have any reason to believe that some of these activities, or those you've encountered, might have their interest turned towards Valis or the base because of what transpired?
I mean... I don't think they'd have any more interest in this place than folks who already might have in the portal. I mean... The, what were they called? Venerators? Was that what the red-haired lady called them?
Venerators?
Some sort of a Holy Inquisition radicals of the Empire. Apparently they hunt down folks like the red-haired lady, and we did end up giving away the location to that one. That was the short fellow with the prosthetic leg.
So I may be expecting company then at their rich words.
Yeah, some kind
It's
of
just what
religious
we need.
crusade.
Fanatics.
A zealous organization. Fucking wonderful.
I don't know what it is. I don't know why they're interested, but it's something about the... You've all seen the lady with the red hair, the multiple tails. Apparently there's something called a kitsune. I hadn't heard that word before, but apparently something about them really doesn't sit right with those folks, and they think they need to be exterminated. These
Something
folks
like...
have ties to the oracles, ties to the empire. Didn't pick up on any more than that, though.
So,
Sounds a bit
did I
like-
mishear you then when you basically said that there's a group who wishes to enact racist pogroms on the town over? Was that basically the idea? Who have now known about our location? Because one of you two dropped, or one of you three dropped Valis. Is that right?
They smelled it on us. I don't know fucking how. They smelled that lady's scent on us. When I tried to tell them I have no idea what a kitsune is, because I didn't at the time, they pounced on Huckleberry and were gonna stab him with a spear.
Grand.
There's a lot of
Absolutely
things I
grand.
think we could have handled better, but that is one that I'm not going to go back on. I wasn't gonna let him die for something like that.
That's fair.
Now that I can't fault you on that.
Magic is real after all. Who knows? You know, maybe they had some sort of fancy mumbo jumbo to deal with it.
Mm-hmm. So at least, so we have to prepare that we have the sort of zealous Crusade Templar-like organization that may come visiting if that's the case.
You know, Mr. McLean, Mr. Landry, I am not upset with both of your conduct if if it is a bit unfortunate what you both had to do. Mr. McLean, you really didn't do much here from the sounds of it. Mr. Landry, you do have the weight of killing a rabbit folk here on their land. Of course, it was in self-defense, but this is something that has to be reported.
Of course, and it shall be reported as far as that.
Who knows whether if you stick around, you probably will. For all I know.
I will until the proper rules of engagement were followed. So on that accord, I will take note action.
Right. What I really want to know about here, though, is you got a Makarov into the base. How did that happen? Who didn't do the work to make sure that none of our PKs or none of our civilians had their own personal arms on them?
Each civilian should have had proper search. After all, one of our own, Dr. Ashino, had a sidearm as well that was confiscated. So any arm that was found on them should have been immediately confiscated, and it was entailed in detail and highly emphasized that civilians are not in possession of 0 firearms.
Did you say Dr. Ashiro had a firearm?
Yes.
And she's been missing for a week. She hasn't shown up to base at all in a week.
I believe the weapon in question.
The weapon is confiscated. As far as Ashino's whereabouts, we're unaware of.
I get that, but I believe you're missing the larger point, which is, it sounds to me here like we have a bit of house cleaning to do with regards to who exactly it is that we're keeping within our employ. So,
Yes, I'm quickly thinking that.
Getting a Makarov onto base.
Right. Well, about that, well, I believe my the initial search, yes, it wasn't on my personnel that time, but I did have it brought up shortly after, and through the what do you call that word? Reacquisition packages. I do have the paperwork down in my quarters if you need to double check. So that's the explanation for that. Yes.
And if these papers were known, the acquisitions officers that had processed it should have known base protocol if that was the case, and would have immediately turned it in if that was how it happened, regardless of your ownership of it.
Well, that is quite odd, honestly. But I can 100% assure you that my documents are legit and what's the word? Went through due process. As for why specifically the Makarov, I would just say I do have a bit of a hobby holding guns as well. It's an American thing.
Yes, I can see that. And as far as I'm concerned, your personal sidearm will be confiscated until the end of the tour of your duty, or whenever you are dismissed from this.
I understand. That's something I can live with.
That being said, if the Makarov could get in there, who's to say that the other civilians there, of course. I do not want to have a repeat of this thing, but if the case of people are being upfront there, a search may be in order.
I can concur with that assessment, Major.
I will leave Hackberry as a punishment to you, as he is your preview.
How many times were you injured out on this mission here?
Well, pounced by a 8-foot-tall wolfkin, shot multiple times with the arrows in the back from a hail of rabbitkin arrows, and fell 100 feet from the air from a wyvern attack. I would say that's 3 times. Oh, and Landry pushed me to a window. That's 4. Make that 4.
I have no idea how you survived a 100-foot fall, and you know what? I'm not even gonna ask. I do hope you understand that little excursions like this, I don't think I need to say they'll get you not only killed, but even if you come back alive, they'll, we'll make sure you don't have your your professor's doctorate anymore. Any sort of paperwork like that.
Well, one thing's for sure, I'm definitely not gonna attempt to do any other explorations outside Varus ever again. I think I've learned a valuable lesson, regardless. That little camping trip I was promised ended up being quite an experience for somebody who teaches history for a living.
I do think that one thing that should happen to you, though, sir, is, since you want to be a PK, you can train with the PKs for about a week. And I want you to check in with me every day. Does that sound well, sir?
Of course.
I'll make doubly sure that he gets every ounce of training.
How convenient. That falls
Sounds
just
grand.
in the time we were going to up our regimen.
Oh.
Well, I do have experience with a gun. How bad could it be?
You should not ask questions you do not want answers to.
Noted. I'll keep that in mind.
Be thankful.
Right.
I won't employ any range in my ranger training, my other Delta training.
Regardless, hopefully this sorry, go on.
I was just about to say, I believe we're all about settled here.
I believe so. If that's the case, should be all dismissed for now. And do make sure that you all act accordingly going forward.
Of course.
Will do.
Major, I do wish for you to stay here briefly, though. The rest of you can go.
Of course.
You don't need to salute me, son. Just salute the Major.
Apologies.
It's quite all right, my son. It's best to keep this, sotto voce, below the normal voice level, as it were.
Very well.
I don't believe I've told you this before, but, well, first things first, Dr. Jan wishes to speak with you.
Very
The
well.
second more important thing is that I believe, since we're on the topic of, clearinghouse, trying to see what the hell is going on between all these other civilians and PKs and whatnot. Dr. Jan blackmailed me herself in order to be here on the base.
Really?
That's true. And knowing now that not only has Dr. Ashiro been, missing for a week, and having a sidearm at presentation for her position here, I do believe it would be perhaps prudent to, have a chat with those two, Initially, at first, I believed that, Dr. Ashiro may not have had anything in common, but, it could be very well the case that they do.
They have been working together quite closely since they started here.
Indeed.
Morning, Dun.
And another thing. I can't exactly put my finger on it, but something doesn't rub me right about the excursion that happened last week. Either. I've been too lax with my duties here. If anything, I should be the one sitting across the table and getting grilled half the time, given how inattentive I've been. But we'll have to have a chat with Mr. Bauer later. Perhaps it'll be just me, but actually, I believe I will leave that to me, but I do want to keep you in the loop.
Yeah, well.
Right. Well then. Let me clear this up for Margarita, so she doesn't have to do it. Poor woman probably puts in the most amount of work here on the base.
She's a miracle worker.
She really is, she really is something else.
Now keep that in mind. One thing though, we're both in agreement. I'm rather tired of how things have been dealt, and I want to lay things down so that people know exactly what the hell's going on here.
Right. I'll have a chat with Mr. Bauer in a bit of an informal setting. Who else went out with him? Was Mr. Bauer and whom?
It was Mr. Bauer, Captain Varus. He was only you an official that came in that accompanied that, from what I was informed.
Right. Wasn't there a third one with them? Or am I crazy?
I believe it was the captains. I think they go by Rena.
I'll have to ask all three of them, see if I can't catch one of them out in some sort of fib or not, and then, go from there. But, maybe it's the case that I'm just being crazy and, they did just have brief excursion, because that can happen. It's happened before and it's been fine, but,
Good.
Right. Let's go, ma'am. Oi. Did either of you two see Dr. Anders? Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. And this.
Like you're doing good things.
I have not.
There she is. On any reports that you give me.
Oh.
Hello, Don.
Do you need something from me?
Dr. Anders, no, quite the opposite. One of your charges does.
Major?
Mr. Ovoyan, he asked
Private.
for a uniform from his host nation.
If you need
something, to kind of fit in more.
any ideas on how to get your mind off it, come see me later. I will let you know. But do not drink. Do not
Is he out
to
of
drink.
clothes, or is it just formal wear?
Easiest way out.
No, he just wishes.
Hardest one to get out of.
Something to keep
I
us
can
all
do that.
together.
I will double time that paperwork.
Excuse me,
later tonight.
Major Highwind?
I'll make sure that gets by next week.
Yes.
Hello?
Are you very busy right?
No, thank you for telling me.
Not presently, no.
Anytime. Again, you're very quiet.
Am I fine now?
Yes.
Could have sworn I hit that button there. I guess I might have unclicked it. Yes, presently I'm free. Until next shitstorm hits.
Code, I would like to talk to you if you don't mind, in private.
Very well. My office is open if you want to step in there.
Lead the way.
Feel free to mention to some of the others about that.
May I sit down?
Go ahead. There you go.
Okay. There's been a situation that I wanted to talk about. Mainly your order to revoke my privilege to hold gun.
Mm-hmm. You understand why?
Of course, I understand like why it should be done by proper protocols. So
Mm-hmm.
it's very important to follow them, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yes. So I would like to request my guns back. Not guns, gun. That would probably
Yes, I will be
protect my life in the field where I work.
I will be
That
abundant.
is one of the
Yes.
things why I'm here.
Yes, well, as far as Ashino's gun, I will make doubly sure that does never cuts out, touches a hand. I will not see another civilian hold another fucking weapon.
Trained civilian.
It doesn't matter. We are on a knife's edge with this
And
mission,
considering,
and
like,
I
all
am
this-
we are on a knife's edge with this mission, and as far as things go there, and we've had several we have so many things that are nearly toppling it aside, and I want to make sure that we don't have any repeats of that.
Understandable. Well.
There's your next point.
Doesn't matter. Next point would be on the topic of how what happened with the fever and your talk with Natalie.
Mm-hmm.
I gather that Xiomara has loose lips, right?
Yes. Well, to be a full disclosure, I was fully previewed of it as far as the current investigation that was happening and being conducted. As far as the identity of the initial patient, that was completely unknown to me. However, the symptoms, signs, and studies were in my privy.
I see. Then I would like to ask you a question. What are you gonna to do with this information? Now you know who is quote-unquote sick and what's happening to them.
I'm gonna keep it confidential as originally planned.
It's a bit hotter in your office, sorry, Major.
AC's been on the shit a bit. Although, wait, it shouldn't be that bad. No. Thought I had it fixed, I'm gonna need to double check.
Yeah, I guess. So, So, you don't want to cause panic amongst all the people, so you don't want to tell everyone about it, right?
Of course.
It would be just stupid.
Yes. I'm trying to keep my aim is to keep the information with the people that need to know so they can probably deal with it. I do not want to cause a widespread panic on the base or any of the staff.
And you don't, you don't want to, like, you want to help Natalie, right?
Yes. It was one of the original reasons why I was allowing the whole thing going in the first place.
That is a very good news to hear. Then I will tell Natalie that she can talk to you about it.
Indeed.
Yes. And about counts, I probably will have to like file a complaints about all the protocols that being, neglected here almost every single day. Well, every single day.
No, you would be.
You know,
you
we
would
need
also,
to do things proper, right?
Yes, and you would in that instance, you would also be condemning yourself in the process.
I know. Well, if we are condemning ourselves, why not to go with the ship?
If you only realized how close it is already. Mm-hmm.
Is it okay if I?
Yeah, it's fine. I saw something that.
Something wrong?
Mm.
Oh, this one is my tattoo. I quite like it. Pretty old one at that, but a lot of meaning.
Yeah,
Do you like it?
Yes, it's quite nice, although I swear I've seen it somewhere before.
Well,
Can be.
it's not so unique. Egyptians' god of war, or the god of death, is quite popular.
Yes.
Anubis, after all, you see. Have you seen all of it, or just what? Have you seen this? I like this one.
The Anubis specifically remind me of something I can't be, that was 7 years ago. It's just my imagination.
Yeah, sorry. I just remember I have things to do.
It's... Doctor?
Yes, I'm listening.
Have you ever been to Syria?
No? Why are you asking?
Bit of a deja vu, I guess. Just been remembering things by memory, and it seems like recent, with all the things, bad things happening, and I remember this particular incident happened 7 years ago for me.
And I reminded you of the sorry. I didn't want to bring back bad memories, I guess, of how you're talking about this incident.
Bad memories?
Well, how you talk about it, like memories. I know it's 7 years ago, It usually leads to bad memories, those type of words.
Indeed. Well... To that matter, I guess. As far as the reports there, You do realize you'll be condemning yourself doing this whole
Don't
thing.
worry about it. Don't worry about. I will not do that. Don't worry about. I was just cheating, joking, friendly banter jokes.
I understand.
All right. I just remember that. Why does it? I remember that. I have something to do.
Very well then.
Good day.
Yes. Good day, Doctor. I've never seen that before. Oh yeah, nope. She absolutely is suspecting this. You're absolutely correct, JK. Also, sorry, I haven't been able to keep track of anything. Yeah. Chris. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. No, shit is fucking yeah. Intent doesn't matter. It's still breach of protocol. Yep. Yes, Doctor.
Are you alright?
I'm fine. I'm just processing things, that's all.
Can we talk for a bit more?
Yes, Doctor.
Okay. No, everything else would be only worse. Yes, I was at Syria.
That was you. You were the janitor.
No choice. You would have. How can that happen? Why are you here?
interesting path fate has happened, I guess.
My guess is that you would continue to dig up in those tattoos, and eventually you would find out, and I would probably be dead. So I would better just come and say to you.
Mm-hmm. Be dead. Explain.
No weapons. It's actually not true. I have a weapon right now.
Really?
It's not made yet, but I have reagents for it.
Reagents?
You took my weapon.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned you'd be dead. I'll be so... Doctor, what is the reason why you are so desperate for a personal defense?
I guess I have no choice, right? You know why? Or by who? Or for what? That man was killed.
I have no idea. All I know is I came and extracted the target. Safely there. He was going through processing and torture. We had kept him up alive there, and within an hour he had suffered cardiac arrest. Although it seemed really weird, because we made sure that his vitals were checked up and safe. When I found out about him, looked like we found out he was poisoned. Though it appeared to be a cardiac arrest.
Quite a hard poison to make, actually. Spend a lot of time on it.
So you're the one that did it.
Yes. I am.
For what reason? And why did you try to sneak on a base that was covering a classified operation?
That man knew information that he wasn't supposed to know. That man wanted to blackmail people. That was a very foolish idea. Major.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just a gun. I'm not the one who pulls the trigger.
But someone else pulling the strings did.
Second?
But someone else pulling the strings was the architect.
The one who pulling the strings are... Do you really want to know this information, Major? It will put you in danger. More
I suppose
than
if the...
you already are. And not
I suppose that's your volition. Regardless of the fact. Here I am with someone who I was thought to be completely disconnected this, and then come back 7 years with knowledge that they shouldn't have, places they shouldn't have been in the first place. I'd be lying to say everyone's suspicious. However, seems like this goes much deeper from what you're telling.
It is quite deep, Rebel. you want to know it, I will tell you. I have nothing to lose now because the person who is responsible for that base now knows, so... who am I will hiding that. I hope you will not tell people about it, but... because it only will put them in danger, but that's your choice.
Wouldn't be my place to tell anyone about it as well. Unless a classified operation. I can't reveal that to anyone.
Alright. That man was killed. Was sanctioned to kill by the... I'm still thinking they're listening, but alright. By the organization called Erebus Semita. Have you ever heard of it?
No, never have.
That's the point. Closest way to explain it, it would be, do you know something like Illuminati? Something like that.
Yes, I've heard several conspiracy theories and clandestine groups that work in the shadows that people have on corkboards go on about.
Oh no, by the way, secret societies are not that mythical. They exist. Erebus Semita is one of them. And they more focus on janitorial effort, if you catch my drift.
I see. And you're an agent for them to deal with either threats or solutions. Was.
I will tell you right now, my purpose here is only to escape our world, because there I cannot hide from them. You can't hide from them. I will not leave this place after 6 months. I will disappear. Or die. I will not return.
From the sounds of it, it's both options are high chance of death.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm building a rapport, being useful to the peoples of this world, so they can see me as useful and take me in.
Mm-hmm. I see.
This organization, hear me what I say, this organization is very, very dangerous. Well, you can tell probably by what happened. And they don't have their reach here yet.
Yet.
But soon they will. Now there is what I only can assume a power struggle between those organizations.
Yes.
Who would control this place?
I wasn't kidding when I said this place was a knife's edge. Right now, the only thing stopping the EU from taking over right now is Brazil, keeping them from outside the portal.
Yes, it's and trust me, you ain't just a puppet for those, for governments, for those organizations. It's nothing. You know.
I can tell you one thing, I'm not exactly a big fan of it either. And then my superiors are definitely not too fine about it as well.
Be careful of your superiors. Many of leads of Erebus are very important figures. Some of them are most of them are in a specific field, but some of them can be in the army. In the Delta.
I suppose you're right.
That was a fun you didn't kill me yet. Oh, at least. Thank you, Major.
Wouldn't exactly serve me any bonus points if I did. It would only raise further suspicion if I did in the first place. Besides that point, I'm not exactly here to silence loose ends and whatnot. Clearly this is something that you'll keep into your chest.
Oh, by the way, yeah, can you please give me the weapon back because, it brings out, hydrogen peroxide and acetone. And because otherwise I would need to make my own weapons to defend myself. And now you know from who, because they can still send agents here and, you know, you wouldn't even notice them. Well, you're well aware of that. I will, though, if they show. Oh, sorry, I forgot you are not a chemist. If you mix these two in right proportions, you can make a high explosive.
I see. Alright. If I allow...
Return them back to medical tent.
I very much appreciate that. If I allow you to give you permission back to care for, I want you to be explicitly sure that you don't pull the same thing you did last time. I don't know how...
I will not give guns to anyone. I promise. I always keep my promise.
I'm willing to go on a limb since, the various nature of this conversation. Make sure that you keep to that. And make sure that you do what you can to make sure the fragility of this situation stays as best as possible.
Yeah. My lips are ill.
Might as well.
Also, on the mention of that, why do we hide Natalie from everyone and not just researching? Because there are multiple branches of, organizations, and you're yourself not a stranger to black sites.
Mm-hmm.
And if they see what happened to Natalie, if they know where she will disappear from the face of Earth in an instant, and we will never find her.
Exactly. It's not my aim to make sure that she becomes some sort of test tube or some experiment where she is studied upon. Whatever has happened to her, we don't fully understand. And from what I've been able to, at least, I don't fully understand what the fuck happened with me either. Well, I've been affected by this.
Nightmare today.
So rest assured.
Did you have a strange dream after a fever?
No, not quite like that. There was a weird feeling of seeing light for the remainder of the week, but it's dissipated at this point.
Yeah, I don't see that too anymore. Only had a strange dream, very vivid, of dying from my skin peeling off. Dead Natalie's body, my tongue falling off and being smart. Oh, that was. Whew. And I don't dream, so it's.
Nothing that virulent, but then again, I could really call my past simply if I wanted to see visions of horror.
That is fair.
With that being said, no. It is my aims that Natalie does not become fated to be that. Whatever may have happened to her. My hope is we understand it. That's why I don't want it being widely spread.
I really appreciate it. I didn't have many friends, but Natalie became my friend very recently, which is surprising, honestly. And I really care about her. I appreciate it. If you help her and don't kill me, I will help you as all my skill sets are yours.
Oh well. I hope I don't have to use them.
I hope to too.
I'll do my best.
If you
And-
see someone,
Hmm?
a girl that will look pretty fit, like close to me, and someone at the door.
Yes, Ambassador.
I hope I wasn't interrupting something important here. I was just asking if you had seen,
Yeah, I'm still in Whisper right now.
Yeah, a few minutes and then we will end our conversation, if you don't mind, Commissioner.
Just going over the details and some reprimands. That's all.
Reprimands. Great. I'll leave you both to it then. Cheers.
Yes, well.
If you see a woman about my height, she's usually white hair, but that is not a determiner. Scar right there. And she has knife. Listen carefully on her left hip, right there. Like moved a little bit strangely. And if she would do that, she would introduce herself as Jack and some help here. Be very careful. If I would bet who would win a fight between you, which I really respect and I think I have no chance in it, and her, I would bet on her. Be very careful.
I'll keep on caution then. And hopefully if that does come to that, hopefully I go on top. Ideally I don't want to run into that situation.
I hope it will not happen. Alright, thank you, Major.
Alright, remember what I said. You can keep your gun. Make sure you and Natalie be on your best behavior going forward. I know your risks. But make sure things go as good best as can. What?
If you didn't notice, Natalie didn't show up for a whole week.
Yes, that was among the topic conversations. And she will have to be spoken to about that.
Yeah, I can tell where we're staying, but please don't tell anyone. I just want you to know, alright? In case.
Okay, you do know that you're going to have to at least come up with something.
We're staying at the mayor's house. We will think about something that we will come up with.
Nerd.
Madam Mayor, Renge. She's very helpful and helps us a lot. Alright, sorry for taking so long of your time. And I am very glad we have that conversation. Can you please maybe escort me to give me my gun from Armory?
Yes, but
All right. I mean, right. Thank you. And I will put those chemicals back.
You better go on the surface, and I'll do what I can.
If you need anything, you can always ask me.
Mm-hmm. Yep, this talk never happened. Oh, hey, Nick, how's it going? How's it going, man? God, it's been a fucking trip. I chewed the fuck out. Yeah, what would Martinez do? Circumstances, Nick, circumstances. There's some very serious circumstances. Look, it's fucking deep as far as that. Yeah, so the Major is having a very stressful day. I chewed the fuck out of Louis' character and them. Oh man, I fucking absolutely destroyed them. Yeah, you too, man. I hope you're feeling better, by the way, Nick. Go make sure you get some rest, alright?
Alright. Bye, Leonard. Major, you're going to town? Because I am.
Yes, I'm gonna make sure and assess, Reyes and them, so yeah.
Alright.
Fucking A.
Something else bothering you?
Aside from everything, aside from all the foo bar situations.
What situation?
Oh, nothing. Just your average day off for me. Is it? It's funny how they call this a day off. I never actually quite experiencing that.
Major, we should drink sometime. You need to relax.
I try to, then when I look away, there's a fire that's going off. There's a reason the weight of command is a burden that only a few can take. And many times I wonder why I fucking took this job.
Yeah. considering what happened at the end of our conversation, we come to an agreement. I'm glad you came, Major. And you took that job. At first I was, of course, terrified. And I ran away. But then I was, well, running through the scenarios in my head, and the most likely one was I will be dead anyways if I don't just explain right away.
Fair enough.
Oh, it's Miko! Miss Miko?
Two of you were just up there. I might as well just go ahead and ask you two. Is character up there? The cat?
I didn't see him.
No, I didn't see him at all. I was just in the mess hall. Doesn't he usually like to congregate there?
Okay. I don't know. I'm just trying to find a little shit.
What happened?
He messed with something that I was leaving out for a very particular purpose, and I know it's him. The entire place smells like him, and I'm a little bit annoyed. I had to go put it back up. Anyways, thank you.
Good luck in your endeavors. I guess Miss Miko is very, very smart person, by the way.
No. Good day.
Wait, good day.
What the?
Oh, yeah. I don't know if that one. But it looks pretty similar. You might have noticed that I don't wear a hat. I don't have. Because, well, I lost mine in the first day. That might be it. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. It's a small thing.
You know that's not getting replaced, right?
Maybe someone else just traded the hat. And mine still is laying somewhere.
Technically that's giving away a uniform, but honestly right now I just... What the hell?
Hello? Oh. Oh, Rashida.
Hi. Did Maklo and the mayor go up to the base?
No.
No,
we
they
didn't see
haven't.
them.
We saw Miko, but
Maybe.
And
Maybe they go down that way. I don't know.
Maybe. I'll wait for them then. Thank you.
Be careful on the bridge. Don't fall.
Oh, excuse me. She's holding a baby bear, and on her back is a wyvern. Hey,
I'll let you deal with that then.
Hey, and if one of yours is missing, they are currently hunting down a yellow cat.
I just yellow cat is probably character. I don't know. Oh,
I see.
I need to run to the valleys to talk to. I will. Yeah. Thank you, Major.
What the fuck? Also, side note, I am loving not having bad frames on this map. Holy shit, this is wonderful. I love not having lagging on this map.
Have you
of
seen
course.
Natalie?
I just being polite. Natalie.
Dr. Ashino.
No, I have not. I have not. Is she still missing?
Okay. No, she's not missing.
Oh, that is a
Don't worry
relief.
about it.
I think I need to put this.
Excuse me. I need to find her. Well, right now, technically, she is. Because I'm looking for her, but she's not missing.
Of course.
Actually.
Okay.
It has been a day.
It is. It seems like Nadia and others are ill.
Have you seen Riley?
Not since she was on base this morning, no, haven't.
Okay, thank you.
I had a talk with Landry after the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be alright, I think, in time.
What's bothering him?
You know how it is. That was his first kill. He had never even pointed a gun at someone before that.
We definitely need to make sure people are aware than this. More and more I'm aware of our peacekeepers having picked up a gun, much less even fired upon one. Or even seen combat.
I know. It's troublesome. The part of me looks at it and goes, you know, did they pick all of them for a reason? But that's the realm of conspiracy.
Indeed. Was it purely volunteer that either way, we need to make sure the people are ready for what may happen.
Of course. I was hoping we could have caught them this morning, but well, we saw how well that went.
Indeed.
If I actually come across any, I can give them a little bit of a talking to about some of the, well, what to expect. I talked to Landry a little bit, gave him a rundown, told him if he wants to tell any others to spread it around. So.
Good.
It's better they know.
Yep. Because there might be a there might be a point where we have to be on that line to defend it.
I hope not, but
I don't either.
This really feels like only a matter of time.
Either that or if the other powers get their own fucking way.
It's true. For what it's worth, I do want you to know I firmly believe in the mission. I've served my country for some time, as well as the Union, but what's the way of putting it? I joined this hoping to do some good.
This one has a fever and refuses to go to one of your doctors.
I'm fine.
Another one?
I'm just a little bit sweaty. Why are you posing like that?
Thank you. Something
I am
is going
presenting
around.
you.
Damn it.
It shouldn't be too bad.
Fine.
Just What?
Just a
How do you feel?
thirsty, that's all. I
thirsty,
feel
fever.
normal. I just feel thirsty. Yeah, I just feel warm, but I don't feel sluggish at all. Just feel thirsty and sweaty.
For now, just keep an eye on it. If it escalates, make sure you check yourself in.
I will. What's this about her being arrested? By the way, do you know anything about that?
I'm sorry. Ter be arrested? What?
Apparently, Tur was arrested.
He's in the process of
By,
being arrested. They
by
haven't
the
caught him.
local constable?
Oh,
By...
I thought you would know something. Major.
No, I was completely unaware of what was going
I
on.
haven't heard anything.
No,
That's
what
the
the...
first I heard of anything of the sort.
Who...
Trying to find him, but apparently...
Who is...
I don't know.
Who originally did this? What's the cause of this?
They just said he's being arrested for disturbing a lot of people.
Endangering.
Endangering that, alright. I guess it has something to do with the bear situation.
Yeah, there is now a dead bear and a bunch of orphaned baby bears. Ah!
Hello.
I see. Huh. And this is... And we're the ones pursuing him, or is it the locals?
That's what I'm trying to figure out, Major.
It would make much sense for us to pursue them. It would have to be a local deal.
I think so.
Do you know
Didn't it
about
sound like
the
it?
whole thing about her being arrested? About what?
The
Who got arrested?
half-kin
Oh,
by the guardhouse is the one I got the information from. You could go ask her for more details.
I had no idea.
I see.
I guess it's something on the other side if no one here heard about it.
I didn't give the order as far as to pursue any arrest for anyone like that.
Alright.
Hold on, I'll go get her.
Messi,
What?
Where's Captain?
it just doesn't stop. And Nadia here was, she has healthy fever too. It's,
Same symptoms?
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
it's a little. I mean, it's fine. It's just a little hot and thirsty.
Just keep an eye on it if that's there. Make sure that if you tell yourself too much, just make sure you don't overexert yourself if that's the case.
Okay. Yeah, I meant to go get some tea. Or water. I'm sure they help. Okay.
Of course. It seems a lot of them, are these same stages. It's curious though, cause, you had this about a week ago, also, correct?
Yeah, I did.
That makes sense then. I think that's around when I had it.
From what I understood, it was me done, and looks like it affected you at the same time, just different place.
Mm-hmm.
Afterwards,
I didn't
it was,
think anything of it at the time.
I haven't felt any negative aspects of it, and it's been a week since I've had that.
I told them to make sure they stay hydrated. I don't think I was able to very well. And if fever broke, it's like a kaleidoscope of colors, almost.
Same. About a week later, and it was it was prevalent later. Dissipated about a few days ago.
That's strange.
Did you have a different reaction?
No.
I don't know what it is, but it just seems to have a short onset. I haven't felt anything seriously detrimental.
Maybe some kind of contaminant or something near the base. The three of us would have been the longest exposed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember any symptoms that would have helped spread a virus or anything in this sort.
It shouldn't be. We make sure to have the water is clean and separated. Make sure it's fresh. Food is.
Hello, Major.
There's Wolfgang. That's the other person I want.
Hello.
Hello, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
He wanted to have a meeting with you and inform me about what the meeting was about, and we determined that it is very important that I am there for that because he can't talk for the town.
Chieftain.
Very well then, if you would like to
Where
speak.
do you want to have it?
Must be private. Same place.
Same place? You know what would be really funny? If we went and commandeered their tent to have a secret conversation.
Maybe not best idea, even if for humor.
Well, this
You
is
know what, fair enough.
fortuitous.
What the fuck?
Courtesy of Iceheart.
Getting ready for the winter, it looks like.
Strap.
Yes, I suppose I would count as trip.
Sufficient coat.
Mm-hmm.
Do you mind if I accompany you, Major? I feel that some transparency is a good idea right now.
It
I
is
think
a
that'd be-
really good idea for you to also come.
I think it'd be my good idea.
Well,
Anyways,
I guess
this way.
I'll have to talk to you later, Amari.
Yes, you will.
Apologies.
No worries.
Trevor?
Hello, Trev. Trev. Pardon. How are you feeling?
Watch out, the floor eats people.
Hey.
Oh no, Maclo. No, you're dying again.
Take my hand if you want to live.
We both sank into the earth completely earlier. Where did Miss Cassie go? Oh, there she is. Oh, this way.
Hello, ground. Oh my god.
This way.
Yes, go around there,
This way,
otherwise it gets
please.
swallowed in.
Watch out, the floor eats people.
Apparently.
Yummy snack.
This way. Please sit at the desk. Please sit at the table. So, Maclo, do they already know what you want to talk to them about?
Somewhat. Meklo talk extensively to other one, but Meklo ensure if message conveyed properly.
This is, in case you aren't aware who Maklo is, he's probably. Have you been talking to Reyes, the big strong one?
Briefly.
You may have heard some kind of conversation that he has apparently had with Reyes about, defense of the town.
Mm-hmm.
And I was not aware these talks were happening, and he notified me of that earlier today, and because they wanted to have a meeting more about that kind of stuff around this time today. And he decided that it would probably be pertinent for me, as the person who actually speaks for the town, to be there.
Of course, that makes sense.
From what I understand from what he managed to tell me, I don't know how far the talks got, but he mentioned basically that the potential of this entire region being under like a kind of joint protection rather than us both protecting our individual spots, essentially.
A mutual cooperation as far as assisting each other in aid.
Because I can tell you something right now. If anybody has an issue with the town, they're going to assume that you have already coordinated with us and are allied with us because you are in a close region and you have people coming into our town. And likewise, if anybody has a problem with you lot, then we're going to assume that we are already deeply involved with you lot because we allow you to walk freely within our town. So, the idea that Maklo had, I don't know if you want to put it in words of your own, Maklo, if you want to tell them what you kind of had an idea about.
Maklo only able to point out the troubles it might cause from proximity of relation. Also, by distance. Our realm, or our land, is in constant war against wolves and rabbit. Maklo unsure of how extensively, but Maklo's seen what it do to people. It not good, and Maklo's tribe paid price as well. Now Maklo only one left of tribe.
I'm very sorry, Maklo.
But regardless of war, Maklo know all fear metal sorcerer since Battle of Blood Moon. They not fear most of all rabbit, a wolf, oracle empire, or payway. They fear metal sorcerer. All fear metal sorcerer, so therefore metal sorcerer's strongest force on this land. Therefore, world will think tribe Valis is strongest since we establish relation. Even if not, world will look like that.
They would automatically assume that Valis stands with the UN just by proximity.
So therefore, Valis might be strongest force, therefore threat to both wolf and rabbit, if we not take side. But Chieftain and Dwarf talk about not wanting to take side within war, because both end in either extinction and bloodshed. We not want war here, or others to bring war here. So, if Metal Sorcerer is able to provide that protection from war, maybe we can establish farther range, build upon Valis, make it safe haven from war. Meklo know this takes years and years, but it can start here, as Chieftain and Dwarf imagined. It cannot happen if metal sorcerers leave, because once metal sorcerers leave, Rabbit and Wolf might turn eyes to Tribalis and wipe us out because they fear.
Take advantage of the moment of weakness in a sense. Desperation.
Meklo know it unfair to look at you of what Battle Blood Moon people did. But regardless, your people start this chaos in our realm. And now we must deal with it. We only wish for the protection that you can provide. We're not asking for you to take side in war. Just, it might also be best for you to take no side, instead side Tribalis. Meklo, over here, what happening to your people?
Yes,
The
we overheard what is currently happening to you, everybody in the UN.
the sickness?
Yes. And the theories about what it actually is.
Mm-hmm. It's affecting everyone, it seems.
Mm-hmm. Both of us have already had it.
Do not be vague. Meklo overhear you changing.
Wait. Changing?
Oh, have you not heard the reports about from your scientists yet?
You call.
They think that the sickness is likely, from what, how do I put this? From things that they have observed, the sickness that you lot are experiencing has been found to some degree in literally everybody here in Valis already. But none of us feel sick, and so they think that there's a potential that you guys might be changing. And that's what causes all of us here in this side to be so different. Even though we all share something similar, is that it causes changes in all of us. Whatever this thing is.
Your people call it mutagen cell.
You know what that is?
Said that, I don't want to say I completely understand, because naturally I don't, but as you are well aware, one of your researchers, Dr. Ashiro and Dr. Jan with her, have been staying over here for 2 weeks now. And they've been staying in this house, actually. This is my house. And they're not the ones that told me this, but I can say it just from their explanations of other things, like just general concepts of stuff. I do have a general idea, not a full understanding, but a general idea of the concept of mutating. I don't know if that has to do with mutagens, though. I don't know if that's the same thing or not, but it sounds similar, at least. But I can tell you that the thing that we heard was not from those two, it was from a conversation that we could clearly overhear just a few minutes ago.
By which scientists?
A lot of them.
Handful.
They wanted to have a quote-unquote secret conversation, but I was tasked with protecting, full disclosure, I was tasked with protecting Dr. Ashiro, while her partner, her peacekeeper, was busy talking to you about whatever you were talking to her about, Dr. Yan. So I was watching over her in her stead. And so I did not feel comfortable letting her just go somewhere unknown without me being around. So I kind of stuck close to they went to the medical tent to have their conversation. And I kind of stuck close. Just like in case anything goes wrong, I can jump in there really quick. And I kind of overheard their conversation. But the thing is, I already kind of knew bits and pieces of it anyways, so it wasn't really a secret to me. Because I've been entrusted with a lot of information of general findings on their own, just not pieced together like they were talking about. Just because I am the mayor of the town and they wanted to come to me with important information.
I see.
That's a little distressing, to say the least. So
they also mentioned the potentiality of the Brazilians also being infected and then going back to your side.
Some others of us have been back across as well. I just spent 2 weeks back on our homeworld.
Experience the same thing. So you're saying...
Can I...
Go ahead.
The sickness that is... Have you felt any... Aside from being sick, have you felt any significant changes at all?
The only significant change I experienced post is after the onset of the fever and the thirst. This light, these shapes, it precipitated about a week. And then I can't see it anymore.
Same.
Could you describe this to me? This...
Chromatic shapes, things around the periphery, it's like... present around, but not...
I can, did it stand out? Was there anywhere where it was particularly, like, obvious? Anything that stood out to you as, like, why is it more blatant there than anywhere else?
I cannot think of anything off the top of my head regarding that.
None for me as well. It was just a general vision.
Maklo not mean to break order in your base, but Maklo remember correctly, you are chieftain of Metal Sorcerer, and Maklo can't help but think why they not notify chieftain.
It was multiple of the scientists that found this?
Yes, I'm not entirely certain how long they've been researching this. I don't know, but this is like a... basically what happened was, I was with Nat, right? I mean, Dr. Ashiro. And we were headed up to just put my dishes away because we were eating breakfast over here and whatnot. And I was going to put my dishes away. We were headed up the stairs to the cafe. And then, who was it? It was it was the professor, and then Dr. Jomara, and the one that wears the white lab coat, as you call it, the frizzy hair, kind of unkempt all the time, drinks a lot
Dr.
of.
Anders.
Dr. Anders.
Yes. And she was like, "Hey, we need to talk right now. Let's go." And they're like, and then I started moving. They're like, "No, this is a private conversation." It was like, and they're like, "You're gonna have to go." And I'm like, "No." And they're like, "Oh, what do you mean?" And then I didn't want to deal with them arguing with me, so I just let them walk away and then just followed them.
Go ahead. Your people are changing. Some are starting to think going back through portal, not good idea. It might, what they have might be highly infectious, as they say, if effect within short span of time. Therefore, going back might mean spreading you have to your other metal sorcerers.
Now, this is something
I just spent the
that
last 2 weeks.
I didn't know.
Fuck.
How do I put this? I didn't know that it was infecting you lot in the UN, but I did know about the. I was able to put two and two together about what they were talking about because. What?
Busy.
There was a
We're
court
having
taking place in the
meeting.
middle of the road.
What?
I'm sorry, what?
Of course. I think
don't
she said
know.
a
Can I
court
just go
taking
look at that real
place in
quick?
the middle of the road.
I don't know. Hold on.
I bet someone put Mr. to.
That
would be my guess.
they found
What? I don't see anything. There's nothing there.
Okay then.
You forgot to close the door.
Anyways, like I was saying, I was able to put two and two together because Natalie had already told me that, that she had gotten samples from multiple different people from here and has already remarked that we all have some kind of something in common.
There's some
right?
common link between the blood types.
Exactly. And so when I heard them talking about that, and then they mentioned that everybody here has the same thing, but some might have different. And I immediately knew what they were talking about, like instantly. The thing is, if you guys are feeling a fever, there was another thing that Natalie mentioned to me. I don't want to go into too much detail just because like I don't want to bore you guys on the nonsensical conversations we were having. But she was talking about how everybody, some people to a more severe degree, but everybody in outro, period, when we're younger, has some kind of fever where the children are often delirious and hallucinating, seeing things that aren't there. And you guys just described something very similar. So there's a possible connection.
It sounds like they have a case of... It sounds like they got the chicken pox or something like that when they were kids, but... What we just experienced?
No, when I say hallucinate, I mean like, I am the exception rather than the norm. Most people can't even remember what they were seeing. I have a rather good memory to an unfortunate degree, and I also saw various lights and whatnot when I was little. And I also saw lights. The reason why I was asking about if you saw anything in particular, I could see lights around people in particular that were more focused than the lights everywhere else.
Now that you mention it.
Yeah, it was like... Some things were different. Harold?
That sounds about right. I
Mhm.
just thought it was the lighting in the room, but I was addressing a large company of our people at any time with a briefing when I had similar hit me.
So you're saying this is something that happens to everyone on this side?
Everyone. Even Maklo, I guarantee you, has
Distressing.
experienced it. Everybody has.
Some kind of native illness, then perhaps.
Hmm.
But how?
You might not remember the details. Most people don't. Most people don't remember the details of it, but everybody, at some point when they're young, very young children, experiences it.
So it is a global phenomenon.
Yes, I have traveled over all the land and everywhere this happens.
Not really a phenomenon, if natural here.
Yeah, that's also
It's,
true. But the interesting thing is that nobody gets it a second time.
It is like the chicken pox.
Huh? It is. I wonder then.
Why though?
I'm not sure. I do wonder then perhaps it is heavily contagious, considering almost everyone we have encountered today is suffering the same effects.
The only thing the only correlation I can think of is they were here. I can't think of any other bases outside of that.
What was that?
Neither can I.
Maklo need not try to alarm you, but if it really infectious, then people of Blood Moon and your people, if they return, if it affect your entire realm.
That means the returned Brazilian army is. That means that.
On the same side, though, they weren't here for very long, so it took you guys quite some time to start feeling sick.
Yes, it's. I had been here about at least a month or two, at least several weeks before the rest of the staff here, being the way up. The two
Precisely, and
longest
this is
on here.
actually what the conversation that they were having about, near the end of their conversation that the scientists were having, they started saying the same stuff. They're like, they considered the Brazilians, but they're also like, but nobody really started feeling sick until today, and we've been here for months, and then, and you guys felt sick before everybody else, and you've been here longer than everybody else.
Entire realm in a matter of years to come and become like us, if truly infectious as you say.
Oh boy.
Oh shit.
Therefore,
I wonder.
You may be trapped here too, if your people not want infection back home.
There's some problems there. Then.
Indeed.
Maklo only seeing possibilities.
I just figured that, this. I think it's best to be transparent with you a lot, because this is a that was also my thought process, is if the Brazilians didn't get sick, like they weren't here long enough to get sick, then they didn't contract anything, and they're totally fine, and it's only you lot, it's very possible that they... That's the question, is a thing. But I'm just throwing around the possibility that if they think there's a chance to stop something from spreading, they very well might try to stop that in some way.
They might.
They might.
Oh,
And the wider... We don't know what the response when the wider world gets even privy to this knowledge. But they'll think about that.
True. To be transparent in return, should I perhaps tell them about the situation we have?
I do believe that is correct.
So, our position here is currently being threatened. There is another large collaboration of nations, of which I am part. The European Union. They have declared this land a territory of sorts, under special conditions, effectively putting you under their protection should things happen. This is one of the things back at our world that gives us the clearance to act in your defense. But I just spent 2 weeks with the European Battle Group. This is a state-of-the-art, small, but incredibly effective armed task force with a purpose. And that purpose, generally, is to restore order and to end war where it can. There are other conflicts. Their intention, as of today, was to come through the portal this day. To remove the UN. All of those not to partner countries would be removed. And those of us like myself that belong to the Union would have remained. I believe they have a proposed solution to the conflicts. This has not happened, obviously. They are on the other side of the portal. They've not been allowed through. If they leave, we get pushed out.
I have a pretty simple solution to
I mean,
this.
if they come in. Mm-hmm.
You get your media, your reporters. Mr. McLean, he works for a big one, doesn't he? And you have him do an interview with me. Because I will not stand for someone declaring that I am under their protection without my consent.
And I can rest assured to you that... I can rest assured
That just
that
sounds
me
like the
and...
Empire all over again.
I'm not at all pleased about the whole thing as well.
Yes.
It would have... It would severely
talk to the
limit my...
media, make it blow up, a big story on your side. They might feel pressure from everybody not part of their big group to, you know, back off.
There's a problem with that as well. Many other countries, no doubt, have their eyes set on this in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
Media influence only goes so
Then
far.
wouldn't they feel very motivated to stop them from being the ones in control?
That's a difficult ask.
Very. Especially when we have some countries like China. They would not care.
They want to desperately
Sure,
get
but all
control
I'm saying
upon
is
everything
if
else.
somebody declared us a protectorate, and I know what a protectorate is. I've been in the fucking Empire. They declared us a protectorate without any negotiations at all. That is, at least on my side, not allowed. Period. And whether or not there's other people also trying to vie for control doesn't fucking matter when you can't get past the first hurdle. Other hurdles don't matter, right? You have to go one step at a time, right? And if these people think they can come in here, what better way to stop them than to have the other hurdles jump on top of that hurdle?
Perhaps.
And what better way to justify it than having our express non-consent?
It
Maybe
is something.
to that.
We could try to do that via.
I thought. What you were proposing.
Exactly. I was just. Exactly what you're proposing, Meklo. What you're proposing.
Do to protect ourselves against what your other metal sorcerers from your side that want to come and conquest us.
We could try to maybe pull sway from the UN as far as moving our coverage from here to Valis and establish a defense line.
That's actually something that I wanted to bring to your attention. Mr. Wolfgang has approached me asking if it would be alright if he gets the consent with Varus, who lives there, to, if he gets you guys' approval, to build a semi-barracks, if you would, right next to our barracks. To have housing for you and people who decide to stay closer to here.
We'd have to get clearance from the brass to move in territories at that point as far as approval. But it's certainly something we could do to go for that.
I think you were onto something with the media in a way.
I do. If we can
many
maybe...
of the EU countries are also United Nations partners. So, in fact, some of the largest contributors.
If we get by for maybe...
Make it distasteful.
If we could vie for political pressure to the EU from neighboring nations like that, in disdain for this, and give them a better alternative where the UN can is better suited to do that, that could help potentially sway things.
Also, this sickness, that could be a good delay at the very least. I am not thrilled about what this may mean, but that could give reason to shut down.
They would be liable to
shut down anyone coming through the portal.
At the very least, it never killed any of us, so you probably won't die.
They don't need to know that.
They don't need to know that, and they don't need to know who.
Extend an offer to metal sorcerers now. Should any of your people on your side, and as well as your base, catch the sickness and are unwelcome back in your land, perhaps Valis could provide home for them, so that they are not lost.
Hello? I don't even know why I need to teach you. That was already something I was going to offer. You literally were thinking the exact same thing as me.
Provide each other protection.
Support each other.
It's a mutual thing. It's not a one-sided thing. We work together on this.
Of course.
Indeed.
So, check Soldier's blood moon if change. And if changing drastically, if it dormant thing, then bring back here and we will house them. If it come down to that.
We have, I'm sure, I don't know how far you guys have gone out into the forest, but there's a lots of land that we can use to expand and cultivate and whatnot. It's just that we don't really have the manpower right now to expand because we have, like, what, 20 actual citizens?
Try Draconia worth 10 men on mainland. Mekla will put work in.
Of that I'm sure, Meklo.
There you go, Meklo.
We appreciate it, Meklo. Really do. I will do I will do my best to push what you want in proposals so that we can hopefully have a chance to maybe deter this. And maybe between that, we might be able to have some sort of angle to either cease the advances or at least cause an immediate interruption in the actions.
Perhaps that could be proposed to Armedia then. Jackson and the others.
As much as I hate to admit it, we can even have that vice woman involved in it.
Oh, no. True.
I may or may not have hissed at her last week.
Trust us, she's not exactly the biggest fan of the base either.
If we need to act like sick puppy in front of your media to make your place look bad, then we shall.
Also, you know, like, there's also the approach of, like, being firmer. There's plenty of ways that I feel like we could go about it. I think that's something that we should probably brainstorm over the coming time period.
Agreed. You have my promise then.
That if we look desperate, people want to protect things that they don't understand too much, but perhaps weak. Even if
and that exactly. If we look too desperate and too weak at the same time, then all of a sudden you have a thing where they think you're an easy target, and that they're an easy target because we're so desperate that we may not have confidence in them.
But then, populace might want to protect weak.
The trick is to deter the populace for not mainly about the populace, but we need to get the chieftains, the other leaders. We need to get those parties interested in stopping the European Union. That is the key. We need to get that. We need to get the others' interest to potentially hamper their attempts. Because once they cross that portal, as much as I hate to admit it, it's gonna make our job much harder, and they're gonna usurp control.
I think the best way to go about this would be to have one of your reporters, be it the Vice one, or preferably Mr. McLean, send out some kind of article that can be like published really quickly. Just talking about everybody on your side getting sick, some kind of unknown illness that may cause changes, just to scare people from wanting to come and delay them. And then we can set something up to happen in the coming week or the week after that, while they're under the fear arc, right?
It's definitely a strategy. It's a risk, but it's a strategy. The biggest
It would
boy is
delay at the very least.
They'll at least want to quarantine, or at least have a hold before they have an understanding situation.
I do want to stress something, though. The longer you can perhaps keep us involved, that is likely the better. There's no telling which country or which group of countries may step in. I know that it is easy to view all of them as similar to the Empire, but some are much more similar than others in that regard. Others
I have. Actually, it's really
have
weird.
very
We've
different
had that,
values.
I had that exact same conversation, like, maybe 10 minutes before we ran into you.
Good.
Can we tell?
This is my personal bias, I will say this. Oh, sorry. Please.
I
want to know, how can we tell different?
Maclo? I think a big part of that comes down to reading people, which is something that will take time. But also you can kind of, a good way, at least how I do things, when it comes to official representatives who do political stuff, right? they very often, even though they sometimes will lie, it's a situation where they'll lie in a way that's so official that it won't legally be considered a lie. Right? So you have to learn to listen to what an official representative says and try to figure out what they're leaving out more than what they're actually saying.
Mm-hmm.
And if you get a feeling like somebody's being more dishonest than honest, that's typically a good starting point for telling what you're trying to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
It's difficult, but it's key.
Yes. I would guarantee too. There are more likely than not both peacekeepers and civilians in our company who represent the interests of their home nations in some regard or another. So
that doesn't surprise me at all.
Make sure to keep that in mind. If push comes to shove, and other countries are to come through, I will say this though, and part of this is my own bias, and in some regards I imagine the Major may agree. If it is the EU or the Americans, you're probably better off than the alternative nations, who are very much keeping their eye on things here.
I would agree.
Well, I say fuck them all, personally.
Easier said than done.
Well, yeah,
Sadly
no
so.
doubt, but I'm just saying fuck them. If they want to try to force their way in, then fuck them, period. Like...
To be fair, they will seek to work with you politically. There are others that will not.
The others that will try to
Anyways,
sweeten in, and some will try to force their way in.
I think that we have covered most of our point, unless you have anything else to bring up.
I think so.
Mm-hmm. I'll do what I can to
This
try
has been a
to...
very constructive conversation on both ends. And again, I just want to say thank you to Maclo for realizing how important this conversation is to have more than just two people involved.
Agreed.
Maklo, might I request, if you come across one of our journalists, like McLean or similar, perhaps you can have a word with them? Feed them a good story.
Mr. McLean is the one with the hair that's kind of like swooped back, the brown hair.
Brown jacket.
And like the mustache. Yeah, the brown jacket and the mustache.
Brown jacket, mustache, white hair too.
No. That is
slick back.
Brown hair.
Brown hair. Short.
It goes backwards.
Who he? More than yes
He's a
ma'am?
reporter. He's like, you know how they have the newspaper that you can't read on the wall every week? He does that, but for their world.
Millions of people sees his work.
What you want Maklos to tell him specifically?
As soon as we do that, she'll go straight back to the base, and we'll miss her.
I think some of what we covered here would be good. Perhaps
The sickness stuff.
the sickness would be good.
Mm-hmm.
That you know what it is.
Just tell him about that, just tell him about the whole sickness stuff. That's probably the best thing to say.
Might have to be kept slightly secret.
Oh yeah, be more careful about it. Don't go
Yes,
into full detail, but say something about a sickness that's spreading that is coming from this world that is hitting only the UN people.
Also, it could be good to touch on what you talked about regarding mutual defense. And the preference of having the UN here over other organizations. And that perhaps you trust us, but not them.
Yes, show a vote of confidence and assurance that you are comfortable with the UN. Things that you feel safe with them, and you would happily have them be by your side defending your town and your people.
Want to gain popularity?
Pretty much.
Michael understand.
All right.
Thank you, Maclo.
Thank you.
Of course.
And a third thank you from you.
Wait.
We do.
Alright.
It's not normal to swear oath. No, not.
I feel like
I swear, oh. What do you mean,
I do
Maclo?
agree. I do agree. I understand what you're saying. But typically, how this kind of stuff goes, what we just did was basically swearing an oath. But a good way to swear an oath is to do the fist bump thing that I showed you, right?
Oh. Yes. You say.
This is a good way to do the oath. Now all four of us come in together now. We all have to do it. There we go.
Swear by oath.
Alright then.
Looks like we're good here.
Very well.
Now it's time to just continue the
Indeed.
motion and hope for the best.
And hope for the best indeed.
Let's give him like a few more minutes.
Oh.
Ah.
That first step is a rough one.
Oh.
Dr. Yan? Dr. Shino?
I know you were. I saw you at the
Sure.
window.
Hi. We wanted to talk to. You don't mind. Can we use your
Yeah,
house?
you know how I said I was going to the UN base to talk to her? We were literally
she
doing
came
that. We
to
turned the corner and she was right there in the middle of the street. And we're like, oh, well,
You jump at opportunity.
mhm.
We'll take leave. Thank you again.
Thank you, Maclo.
Thank you, Maclo.
Good luck.
Good night.
So do you guys want to
can
have
we-
a... You
Yeah,
want me to
can we
open
use
the
your
door again? Is that what it is? Okay.
Well, I think I know what this is about.
Back inside. Sorry, but you're going back inside.
You do?
I'll be back later, Zoe. Oh, have you included that?
If you wish, then. If you
That's up
want,
to
I can
them.
go and see if I can find some of those we spoke about. You can tell me about this later. Since,
Alright.
I think we both know.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Well, you see, your
Do you want me here or should I go upstairs or what's going on?
outfits you have.
No, you're fine. I mean, you know everything.
Okay.
I am aware you're in the know.
Mhm.
And you're
Oh,
okay with it.
would you like to step more upstairs for that then, just to make sure nobody overhears?
Might be a good idea.
If you don't mind us using your living space like that.
I don't mind.
After you, Major.
Mhm. I should be good here then.
So, yeah. Am I in any sort of trouble with the UN over this? I don't know who you've spoken to, or
Well, as As far as you being MIA for about a week, that has given you some considerable heat. So you have to figure out a way around that. There will be reprimands, most likely. However, as far as
Okay.
as far as the other thing, I've asked those that were brought to the attention, and myself, I made sure to keep it quiet.
Okay. I just know that Xiomara had panicked a bit and told a bunch of people, and to my best understanding, this is not a contagious condition. I don't think this is gonna happen to anyone else, as far as I can tell immediately. The illness that everyone has experienced, myself included, I believe is related, but not the direct cause. It's more like parallel symptoms.
Seems like it's a different case with you, as far as a different cause, from the looks of it.
There are microorganisms that have effectively invaded the bodies of basically everyone, I'm imagining at this point. I don't see there's any chance that anyone could have been uninfected by this, given how long we've been here. The only difference in this that I noted was... Amari?
Finish your thought. I'm waiting until you finish your thought.
The concentration of these organisms was significantly higher in my blood than anyone else's. Like night and day sort of difference. We're talking like, 1,000 to 1 type ratios. Like, obviously I haven't had a chance to properly count and perform those kinds of studies, but as far as I can tell, it is not contagious and it does not seem to be common. As for what this implies for the rest of Earth and everything, I don't think it's entirely a problem because, well, at least not a problem that we can solve, because the Brazilians probably already have it and have probably spread it, if it is even spreadable, because that's another thing, is that people are taking quite some time to become infected.
I'm sorry, but when you guys went inside the tent, I was listening to the entire conversation. And I totally told her like half of it.
Oh.
Including the Brazilian thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. My hope initially was to find some sort of cure, but I think I'm well beyond that at this point. I don't know exactly what it's done to me within the past week, because I have not had a chance to get access to proper medical equipment or a doctor who knows medical sciences in ways that I don't.
And I'm guessing...
Assist me with this.
I'm guessing what happened to you in the tent when you were testing it was... This case... escalating?
Yes, there have been, I can only kind of equate it to like growth spurts, where it sits dormant for quite a while and then suddenly, within days spans, or in that case, within minutes, completely changes the tissue. Before it was just blood veins, vascular activity, that sort of thing. And then it progressed into, well, the week before this, I developed a strange webbing between my fingers. Why this happened, I'm still trying to figure out, but there's a lot to figure out here. And then that day, in the heat of the moment, suddenly this material
That's fair. I will say I'm a bit concerned
the
as
big
well.
thing that I know
Go
is
ahead.
that if anyone begins to show signs of increased vascular activity, veins appearing anywhere on their body, or specifically what it started with me was like a light bruising. For me, it was on the tips of my fingers, but it could potentially be anywhere else. Spontaneous bruising. It went from being a bruise to sudden veins all up and down my arm within about a day. So there's not much time to react once it decides it's ready to do that. Because it stayed as just some light bruising at the ends of my fingers for several days before it decided to do that.
Is there any other... So, like, just any type of physical abnormalities, basically, that type of thing?
This is all I've seen thus far. As far as I can tell with my most recent research is that there are mitogens that they are producing that either encourage or discourage growth. And once they reach an equilibrium, it sort of stabilizes. Currently, as far as I can tell, my mitogen factor has stopped it at my shoulders. That could possibly change, and obviously this sort of growth, I feel as though the affected tissue is possibly just free game to this.
So to expand as much as I can to whatever tissue or source is available.
Yes. But it.
Holy shit.
This is the sort of activity I was noting early on, and then the hands was very recent. And unfortunately, I don't know the nature of what it's done yet because of the
Limited access to
well,
lab
I don't want
and
to say
experts.
overreaction. Yes. Dr. Koval is aware of my condition, and I have been keeping him up to date. My hope was that perhaps I might be able to consult with him, have him take a look and see what this is, because I don't know how well you could hear it, because it was kind of loud in my ears. The cracking and muscle pulling and that sort of feeling that it
I
gave.
heard it very well.
Okay. Lovely. That has continued happening occasionally, which it's spread further up my arm, so I feel as though I probably have maybe a week or two, maybe 3 if I'm lucky, before it reaches my shoulders, and then we see what happens from there.
I can see how concerned. And imagine if I know yes. And I have been aware of the progression of the study, but Koval, I asked for you to be anonymous, and I respected his rights, respected that for the fact that it was the private the best and trusted his judgment.
Yes.
Now,
my hope is that with my research, I can figure this out, how to either halt or reverse whatever this is, in the hopes that if this ever happens to another person, maybe they can stop it before it starts to do this, because I don't know. I don't think too many people are keen on having body parts turn into whatever this is.
Not really. I definitely don't think that'd be everyone's idea of a good time.
Exactly.
I mean, it depends on how you spin it.
Well, that's kind of the other worry, is that some may see this as some form of biological enhancement, which is a scary topic for anyone in the biology, study, because there are a whole host of moral implications, as well as I'm certain a number of different countries would love to see what is capable with rapid onset, whatever this is.
Now that you're 100% correct. And
Which is where I've been trying to keep this a secret, because while I trust certain members of the UN team here, there are certainly some who I am not sure about. Their intentions, what could be shared, what the outside world
allegiances, whatnot.
Exactly. We have a wonderful melting pot of chaos there. So I'd like not to end up in a lab getting tested on for the rest of my life, if possible.
And I personally would like to share that same view. I would not want to see you end up in that situation.
Obviously, that's worst case scenario, but it's still a fear. I'm already facing the idea of having to, whether I would be allowed to go home.
Return.
Being like this. Let alone how I would explain this to, I don't know, anyone, my friends, family, colleagues, co-workers.
Yeah.
I'm kind of lost on what to do with most of this, which thankfully Dr. Jan here has been helping me as best she can. But we're both sort of not sure, because this is not something we have any sort of precedent for.
I don't think anyone does. Even what's happened to me and Dr. Yanwi. The fact that we changed, that's still significant enough.
Just, keep an eye on yourself. Maybe do inspections every so often.
I just want to say, you were theorizing about the fever that we have when we're really young being connected. The way that they described it to me, it is almost identical to
like chickenpox.
Exactly what we have been experiencing.
Yep, and I experienced something. It wasn't as severe as some of the symptoms that you all experienced. I didn't see strange colors or hallucinations. It felt just like an ordinary fever, which is why I just thought it was some sort of common cold. Anybody can catch it, and minute mutations could potentially cause someone to become affected by it, but that's why I didn't think much of it first day. And then the bruising appeared, and I thought that was strange, but then now we're here, so.
And the rest is history.
Yeah. I went from having bruising up the majority of my fingers to having veins going all the way up my shoulder within a day. So catching it early, doing inspections on yourself is definitely a good way to try to catch it.
I'll keep that in mind. Maybe we can try to sneak that a bit as far as.
I've been recently affected with that fever.
Might be a good idea to maybe just slip that sort of like been through like
Yeah.
daily
The only other
hygiene,
thing I
medical
can think of
checkups.
I didn't have my blood tested before it spread like this suddenly, and I had a bunch of affected tissue and all that. But doing blood tests on the people who are infected, as soon as they start to show symptoms and they are able to taking blood and seeing what is already transmuted and keeping an eye on that organelle count, the infectious one, is definitely another option for trying to catch it before it becomes this.
At the very least, it safeguards or at least eliminates potential people who might otherwise be adverse affected and not be affected.
Yes. Yeah, unless somebody else is hiding, I don't know, a weird foot or something. As far as I'm aware, I am the only one affected. If the Brazilians had anything that they did not report, that is not really out of the question. They really didn't share a lot. There is absolutely a chance that there is maybe at least one or more persons from the Brazilian side of things that might have also been affected similarly. I don't know.
There might be. It's just a hunch, but I don't have much to go on. Either way, these anomalous mutations, abrasions, or anything like that, best to address those quickly whenever least arise.
Yeah. That's about as much that I can say for now, at least without getting into the weeds and the specifics of some of the research that I've already performed. Rest assured, I don't think any of the people that were recently affected are going to see this happen to them. It's just something to be aware of if anybody else starts to show signs, or if more people continue to catch this fever. As far as we can tell, and I believe Xiomara has been conducting some of her own research, but I believe she said that she already looked through blood samples for everybody this week. I can't verify this. I haven't seen any sort of paperwork.
I can verify that she's been taking blood samples with everyone in the aims to look at the health and any potential spread of a disease, a virus.
Then if that is the case, then with any hope, everybody has been infected. That is a really... I never thought I would say something like that. Thankfully, everyone is infected and is not showing signs of this. But that doesn't mean it can't happen to somebody in the future.
Quite. Well, at least it's good to know at least that, and I will say on my part, I will do everything that I can to keep your situation as amicable as possible. I will say though that you will have to you'll have to be very careful about how you conduct yourself in the future, and you have to figure out something as far as why you've been gone for a week.
Yeah, truth be told, I was just scared. If it weren't for the concern of bad actors on the stage, I'd be okay with telling more people about it. I don't know.
I mean, I can always just say that she was
It's not
doing field research.
dangerous.
She's been staying here, so I can always just like.
Lost in research? That's a good idea.
That could be one way to cooperate it. Either way, it gives some sort of viable thing, and At the very least, try to just check in when you can. If you can at least come up with something.
Yes, ma'am.
I think we can order something from our side to cover that.
That would probably be a good idea.
Problem is the fingers. The nails are sharp. I
Jesus, I'm
tried
getting used
wrapping
to
it up with gauze and bandages to try to cover them, but they sort of either would just poke through, or I, sort of had to just wrap it around, which kind of leaves the ends exposed, which sort of really just defeats the purpose. Not to mention the fact that they're weirdly long, like inhumanly long.
Yeah. So, we'll think of something.
I'm totally open to ideas. I don't have any personally on how to hide this.
Some sort of.
Further. I mean, today I sort of just stuffed my hands in my jacket, but I feel like that's not gonna work forever because eventually I do have to use my hands. It's really, really hard to operate a microscope without them.
At the very least, you could try to maybe like a heavy duty or something like that, at least the best that we can. Worth a shot, at least.
Maybe we can not hide it, but just mask it. Make it that it's actually gloves, long gloves, gloves that's basically of the design of that stuff. You say that you'd like fancy glasses and fancy gloves. Basically, the legend would be that it's just gloves. Nothing.
I suppose it's an idea.
It's gonna be really difficult.
Difficult to do. Argue, at least.
To pass off, but
Because eventually the people are gonna.
Later.
Because eventually people are not gonna like shake their hand or whatnot. They're gonna feel the difference. So that's something to be careful about.
Well, don't shake hands.
it still feels warm, right?
Hmm?
They've felt abnormally warm ever since it's began.
Eh.
Sure.
Yeah, they do. They feel like it's like basically your normal body temperature heat just being on the outside, like it's a fever almost.
Yeah.
Hand fever.
And fever.
I do apologize for the situation, Doctor.
It's not your fault. It's not really anyone's fault, I think. It's just the situation I'm in. I appreciate you being calm about it, though. Really, all I can ask from anybody right now.
I'm definitely calmer than I was before, but I will be honest, the onset was a bit unnerving, and it has made my sleepless nights even
really wish
harder.
Xiomara she sort of jumped to conclusions and kind of made things a little bit worse for me, because she's aware of it, and she's been trying to help me with the research, but she's been a little more open and vocal about it than I have, which, like I had indicated before, could potentially not end well for me. The wrong person hears about it and decides they're not either okay with it or take too much of an interest in it.
Look into it possibly. At this point, we'll just have to deal with the cards that we're handed.
At the very least. So I need to talk to the Dr. Anders.
Would
She
be a
was
good idea.
requisitioning an ultrasound for us to try to take a look inside and see what's happening, because obviously we're not going to be able to get an X-ray through the portal anytime soon. So, thankfully, portable ultrasounds work.
Yeah, Dr. Koval has been going through hoops and bounds to get any type of analysis equipment that he can to help with this.
Perfect. Well, I'll check in with him as soon as I can then. Haven't seen him around today, unfortunately.
He's been away. He's been... Given a case like that, he's been
Handling
distracted. Mm-hmm.
Well, I heard about the typhoid issue and how they managed to get vaccines here so quickly is already huge. So, and I imagine both he and Miss Sumara.
That's actually impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen the boxes in the tent.
On the door coming from downstairs.
I'll go get that. Check with you.
But I won't lie though, this situation does have me a bit panicked. I came here to deal with war crimes dealt by the Brazilian government and trying to solve that, figure what's going on here, and they would deal with magical instances and creatures and strange virulence.
Did Jackson McLean, did he talk to you guys about the rumor he had picked up about a POW camp? I told him we are totally fine to try to, do tests if we can find it, but until we have a location and a team to make certain that we can get there and get back without any problems, that was sort of a situation that we were looking at, because thus far I have not been able to find any evidence of wrongdoing by the Brazilians.
Well, I can confirm on that front, yes.
POWs
He was
are
able to...
definitely not good, and
Jackson was able to come across a POW camp, and there's other things that happened during the incident, but he does have on record that
Wait,
there
he found
was... Mm-hmm.
Okay, then if that is the case, I will
However...
have to talk with him this week and see about seeing if we can gather samples from the location and see
That may be difficult. However, the situation, the political situation.
Not at all. I have not seen him political situation.
Then allow me to be blunt then. Valis is one of the few places around here that, as far as what I can aware of, that is not embroiled in war. Not 2 days out. 1 to 2. It's a complete conflict. All the vying sides are going at it, and now, within a couple days,
Power
which of
vacuum has
Valis?
finally collapsed in on itself. Okay. That is terrible news. I guess I'll talk with him, and if there is something that we can do, but if we can't, if there is actual evidence of POWs, that's already awful for the Brazilians, but, actually checking to see if there were any chemical weapons used there is part of my job, and I was supposed to check that.
That may be proved to be difficult going forward, as far as the escalation, but... No.
I will talk to Bunny people about that. They're one side of the conflict, so maybe they know something.
What I can say was both sides.
It was both. As far as the forces recognized, it was either the Wolfkin and the rabbits.
I see.
It's not pretty out there.
That is not really my realm of expertise, so I'm probably gonna leave that in the hands of you, because politics and war are way beyond me.
I'm somewhere in the middle. How ironic.
I am a molecular biologist, that is it.
But at least you should be privy as well as the situation around here. That's why it may be difficult conducting things outside of Palace.
No. I understand.
As far as I'm aware, they haven't breached anywhere within the immediate vicinity, but rest assured, there's bloody fighting out there.
Alright. Well, either way. I will...
If you go, try go to collect samples from maybe open window in this battlefield or somewhere dangerous. Of course.
At that point, I will say it's difficult for me to authorize anything. At this point, I don't have enough information out there.
I understand. Do you need help on gathering one?
An idea of movements might be a good idea. At least a general idea as far as the landscape. Not for any...
Yes.
Not for any aggressive matters, but... I need to know what the hell's going on there so I know how to keep people safe.
I see. I will see what I can do.
Alright. But... unless there's anything else, I can't think of anything.
Also, there is
no,
Lotte and Mayor talking downstairs, but I don't think they can hear us.
Oh, Lotte. Oh, okay. That's fine. He's in the know. There are a lot of people here in Valis who know, and are attempting to aid me where they can.
Alright.
I appreciate the chance to speak with you on this calmly.
You're welcome. I'm glad I could... look at least Springs get an idea of this. It does... give me some reassurance at very least.
Yeah. If anybody else is aware of this and they're panicking, I'm more than happy to talk with them and explain what I told you.
Alright. Maybe that may be coming up there with people also coming up with the symptoms.
Yeah, as I said, based on what Xiomara said to me today, everyone has been tested and everyone shows signs of already having been infected, so unless people suddenly start showing symptoms again, the hope should be that everyone is safe, so to speak.
That's at least the first bit of good news I've heard. Oh, thank you, Doctor. I don't want to keep you occupied for any longer if you have things you need to do.
Of course, I might actually go check on things downstairs. Again, just let me know if anything changes.
I shall make sure you assess the situation.
Thank you.
You two have a good night. All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good night, Major.
Faint as me in existence.
So that was
Yes, that's who it was. Good evening, Major.
You know, you don't need to salute me. You're not one of my subordinates.
But that's what they all did to you.
Yes, cause I'm their superior officer.
It's a
I see.
military thing, I see.
It's like your
kind
cap.
of like how the Empire does this thing. It's probably the same thing, isn't it? Okay.
Similar vibe, it seems.
I see. Okay. I just assumed it was like a greeting thing.
More or less.
Probably could be.
In a way, it is.
Alright. Did you guys were you guys able to talk about everything that you needed to up there?
Yes, I do think we're able to discuss everything that need to be addressed.
That's good to hear. I don't want to keep you out too late, but you know, if you ever need anything, you can find me somewhere. I'm usually never outside of the town because somebody needs me in town 99% of the time.
You are rather hard to track down, my friend.
I know that feeling all too well.
Somehow, I don't know how, because I just walk around the same 3 buildings in repetition.
I know.
I know the same feeling. There's a reason that I don't get a lot of time off to do my own things.
Okay.
I guess I should let you two figure out what you were doing.
Right.
You both have a good night.
Oh, do you want a drink for the road? You know, just to say thanks for taking the time to talk to everybody and talk to Maclo as well.
Yes, a drink would actually be lovely.
There you go.
It is quite enjoyable. And I am not one to partake in drink. Tea is much more to my liking.
There you go. Oh wow, she is just hitting it. Wow. Okay.
Wow, I'm impressed.
Warning, out of character. That is literally basically a sake, but it just doesn't taste like it. It tastes like a berry flavored drink, essentially.
Oh yeah. No, she can take her liquor.
Hold on, I hear more voices.
It's me.
Hello.
Trust me, I've been accustomed to end the night with a drink.
I need to speak.
A few times more than I feel a headache.
Which one? The Lotea or the Major? Okay, Lotea.
Yes.
Someone needs to talk to you.
Very well. Do tell.
Do you want to come inside?
If you want. They want to talk to me about something.
You can always go to my place.
Oh,
it's
you
fine.
need to talk to her about something.
I do
Okay.
indeed. Give
Is
my
there-
regards to them upstairs.
Okay.
Give me the nuzzle.
And Amari. Take care, my dear friend.
Thank you.
Oh, don't. We're not your mother. Be a rebel.
Oh,
Kill them.
shush.
Leave no remains. Do it. You
Too kind.
You want you wild cat, you.
I'm wild.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Amari.
Help me. I'm thinking.
Of course.
I'm thinking even further than you.
Don't forget the things that we talked about.
Oh no. Oh no, she's been
Because I think that those will be important.
Indeed. A toast to our success.
A toast? Ding. There we go. Okay.
We believe that by making people aware
Hello,
of
Major.
some of these things, it may stall a potential
I
outing
just
of
got
the UN mission and replacement
I just got the
of personnel
news.
here.
I will be sharing this.
It came very close.
If that is what it is that you came up to me to ask.
In fact, they're still trying to get in, so if Brazil complies, it's done. So
Here's
So
my
this-
guarantee. Back in the day, I used to write up to like 10 articles a week. I'll get cranking some stuff out.
Good.
That's good to hear, Jackson.
So is
Well,
this?
Anita.
So is this going to be? Is this? They are trying to force their way in.
They want.
So this is what I am hearing.
they want in, they are not being let through the port. It is not conflict, but
Right.
Brazil has put a
We
stop
just
to
don't
it
know
for the
if
time
this
being.
is. This isn't quite life-threatening in itself, but that doesn't mean.
It is a power move on the end as far as to gain control. However, due to interruption from Brazil and Rio de Janeiro, it's preventing their actions. But this is only a temporary measure.
Okay. Okay.
Other
So-
countries will, of course, try to as well. So
You are-
any delays we can have and anything that reinforces our mission would be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
So, just so we are on the same page, we are talking about the mutations that are happening within our own bodies.
Yes.
What?
Okay.
I just spent
I will
2
be
weeks
I will.
in
I
Europe.
will tell you in a second.
I'm hoping it is not contagious from person to person.
It is
And
not
if so, that
contagious
is
from
not
person to
terribly so.
person.
Oh,
I'm more of the mindset that it is something in this environment. The longer that we are exposed to this environment, I don't know if it's in the air or if it's the radiation from the portal or if it's in the food. The longer we stay here, the more our bodies are changing to adapt to staying here.
That's
That explains
Curious.
why.
Which is why you are a lot more people are getting sick, because that is the body's the body's natural reaction to
course.
antibodies trying to fight off. So yes, I'm sorry that you had to find out this way, Mr. McLean. Oh, I did it again. I'm sorry. So yes, the reason why we are all getting progressively sick, but those are mild symptoms, just a mild fever, dehydration. Some people are developing like you. You said that your eyes were acting funny. Sergeant Major Reyes said that he was having an itchy throat. It was just certain little things here and there that it's the body's natural defense as our bodies are getting accustomed. But your fever broke in one day. So did Natalie's. It took her like a few weeks. Not a few weeks, a few days. But as far as that is concerning, nothing else is. It's not life-threatening. It is just our bodies getting used to this environment.
The way it sounded like
was
it.
just
The way they described it, it
I
was.
thought it was just airline sickness.
Mm-hmm. It
sorry.
sounds a bit like the chicken, like when you get chicken pox as a kid. Get it once, you feel like shit,
Exactly.
and it goes away forever.
Exactly. The only thing is that the chickenpox don't alter our cells on a genetic level. This does.
And it being environmental
Our
makes sense
cells-
too, considering that we were the first ones along
Our
with doing.
cells are developing new structures within the very blood cells in their bone marrows are producing new cells that are adapting to this environment. The new structures are being seen, are being observed in the newer blood samples that everybody that I have been gathering from the UN than what the blood samples from the records that we had from Earth are. Clearly, something is going on here.
And the key fact.
And if other people,
Is there any precedent for something like this?
as far as we know, no. We are the first cases. We were trying to. I was speaking about the other. Yeah, I was trying to ask if it would have been a good idea to ask the Brazilians to get blood samples from the soldiers.
The ones that participate in the battle.
Yeah, to see if they had exhibited any changes. But since they were only here for a week or two, perhaps that was. I was going to say perhaps that was not enough time, but then again, Dr. Natalie's case, the onset was a bit worse.
I just had a thought. There might be some that are still here. The tire tracks you found.
Wait, what?
I was looking for a POW camp, as you know. We found a site where one used to be, and tire tracks that led somewhere else, not back here. We were tired, so we chose to.
Prisoner of war.
Prisoner of war camp, Brazilian.
I know what POW mean. I meant like the Brazilians being kept here as prisoners.
No.
The Brazilians took captured conscripts from the Battle of the Blood Moon who tried to flee.
Hold on. Huckleberry?
Yes?
Is this safe information to be sharing with Huckleberry here?
He was there.
He was present.
Happened.
Oh, you were there. Okay, never mind then. Continue. I was not aware of this.
Yeah, but
You know,
found it and
loose-
went somewhere else.
Okay.
That's it. We didn't find where it was. We were too tired and too weary to keep going, so we came back here. But you know,
Is
we
that
can
where
continue the
Huckleberry
search.
got that very nice souvenir from? I'm talking about your.
No,
Yeah.
this is from the tavern.
No, I'm talking about your wound.
Oh, yeah.
Your shoulder. Okay.
We crossed we crossed the battlefield. Wolfkin, Rabbitkin fight. We thought we found a
heard about the
passage
fighting
where
from Captain Barris when we were treating him earlier today. So.
Yeah. Some rabbit folk ended up chasing us. God, Huckleberry, you should. He could have been so much worse. He brought a plank of wood with him and blocked like 5 arrows. The thing only got 1 in the shoulder. Took 2. I took 2 in the
look
back
at Mr.
myself. But I got
Leonidas
patched
here.
up.
Oh.
But that's.
It was a good idea. I mean,
That's the
I mean,
war
it
going
saved
on.
my life.
As to the POW camp, I mean, we could be able to find something there. I don't really know though.
Oh, POW. So you're saying that there could be Brazilian soldiers still here, and
That's what I was
keeping
thinking.
prisoners. Do
Be very concerning if that was true, though.
do the Brazilians? If we went to the Brazilians and asked if all of their soldiers are accounted for, would that be any? Because they must have had some sort of roll call, some sort of attendance.
Look,
I doubt they would.
there's bullet casings in the area. There's evidence of fighting. I have eyewitness testimony of POW
How
camps
fresh are
being
they?
used. Months old, but Varys has said that Varys and other individuals present at the battle said that they were fired upon as they retreated. We could bring this forward against Brazil,
Regardless,
see if that could loosen them up. But
I believe the
I don't
Brazilians
know.
would just call them dead. If anything else would be. If
They
they're
would
definitely
have
going
been
to
just.
try to hide that fact.
Yeah, they would have just been listed as KIA. Especially if it is a covert, mission on their part.
At the very least, they would be listed as MI, not really KA, they would be MI, missing in action.
I think we should look deeper
True.
before
You need the body in order to be.
blowing this wide open.
Mm-hmm. The hard part.
If it
Siomara, have we? Oh, sorry.
I have the photo right here of that location that you guys were
never mind
wanting
then.
to show me. Okay.
Just making sure that you guys.
If at
It's
any point
fascinating.
we
I really would like to go and
we try to
visit
put
this,
that
by the way,
push on
but
that forward,
is
we
not
should put
here
together
nor
a
now.
recon
This
team,
is
perhaps.
different subject.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Heavy emphasis. I want to make sure that we make it as quiet as possible.
Absolutely.
If it were up to me, I would fucking command it up there, but I can't have to stay. I have to stay in the basic command. Damn it.
If it were up to me, it'd be both of us and maybe Santos.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know.
Mr. McLean,
Give
I want
me-
to ask you a question.
Of course.
What do you think? What do you think were the fates of these missing POW, missing soldiers that we have right now, Brazilian soldiers? Do you think they're just been taken by the outro people, or is it something worse?
My
Maybe
first
something a bit
instinct was
more
that
unique.
we won't know for sure until we find this second camp. Because they could have, from that second camp, then packed up and headed back to the portal. They could have gone somewhere else, they could have stayed. They could have been overrun by,
outro natives.
I don't really know. My first instinct was the first one, that, you know, we just find some actual ruins with no people, but everyone I brought this up to has said, oh, well, do you think that means there's Brazilian military still present? And I don't know, maybe they could be. Maybe they could be, you know, special ops. Maybe they could be a different faction. Maybe they could have broken away. I don't know.
That's a lot
But-
to ask. Regardless of the fact, if that's the case, they've been separated by their unit and any support for months.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If they were of any field training, they would have already, adapted to the environment, collected the food from the locals and stuff like that. If it is safe enough for the locals to eat, it is safe enough for them to eat.
I will say, the amount of individuals I've come across who are survivors from this camp is 2. Total. Out of everywhere we've looked, 2.
Have these survivors had any adverse reactions to seeing you guys, a human? Like, what type of, what was it, a negative reaction, like fear, instant fear? Or was it out of,
the first one was the
curiosity?
First one was the large rabbit folk who lives here in town, and he doesn't seem to show anything. Second was a wolfkin, much larger, but she had some PTSD when exposed to gunfire.
Mm.
To be fair, we were
So
also
she was-
wearing common
That sounds
uniforms
like-
at the time, so they wouldn't mistake us for
so you-
outro people as well.
So you would,
Yeah, we
so
were
they
wearing
would
this
have
already by
mistaken
that
you for
time.
natives. All right. So they would have mistaken you
Yeah.
for native humans. All right. Hmm. By the way, just putting that slightly aside, now that we were talking about, do we have any native representation of any native humans here in town? I mean, I know that there are some.
So
No,
No.
they're all in the capital, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Because
From
that would have been an excellent baseline to know about regarding the changes. Because
That's
I
true.
would have liked to have seen what generations of humans here would look like, not just starting out with our the cellular.
Strangely enough, the whole
As
time
far
I've been
as,
here,
I've
that's
been
the
hearing-
only. I haven't seen a single human from the outro side.
There's one. There is one that I suspected was human, but then certain conversations that have been floating around kind of has been changing my mind, and that was the Miko lady, the one, the pretty, well, everyone's pretty,
Mhm.
the woman in the black dress, with the black hair.
Black dress, yeah, I thought she was human.
Oh.
Huh?
Well,
She's
apparently
not.
I've been hearing like small little whispers that she is not. Apparently.
What about
guy, by the way?
Yoon. Yeah.
I mean,
What about the blonde, tall
He was
blonde
always
guy?
wearing a hoodie, so I could never tell if he has elf ears or not.
I do not
Yeah.
know if he would consent to a blood sample test to confirm or deny. Neither would Miko, but I do
Regardless,
not
though,
want to. That is the thing. I do not wish to come up to these people and just ask, "Hey, are you human?" Because they might have an adverse reaction. And along that similar, vein, I do not want to just come up to them and out of the blue say, "Hey, can I have some of your blood?" Because that is also quite rude.
And coming about it, I do believe that most of the humans in this world are considered part of the elites, as most of them are part of the noble families or the upper class around here.
Which would have been, secluded up into the main capital. If they are of the elites, none of them would be caught dead in the boondock sticks out here, out in the mountains. That is for peasantry, apparently.
Which makes our presence here even the more bigger oddity. I'm surprised the people here aren't as, surprised about it, giving it an honest thought.
If that was the case, then why weren't you guys, instantly taken as? Is that why you guys were assaulted? Because they thought you were nobles?
Well, that would
No.
explain why we got trapped in the alleyway that one time.
Yeah.
Because even if you guys were dressed as peasants, if humans are considered, of the nobility class, then they would have probably just tried to capture you as ransom or prisoners.
We did have a run-in with some slavers. Yeah.
Oh, slavers.
We
Okay,
got taken care
so
of
taken
yeah.
in twice. We were almost taken in twice by slavers and
I should probably get back to base.
Yeah, I
was
think
supposed
we
to
both
speak
got.
with
That's a thing, huh?
Reyes, so.
Yeah, I need to. Probably need to get to base myself too. So.
Next time,
prepare for the
we head out,
trials
we're gonna be a lot
coming up
more
over the next
prepared.
couple of days, as they say.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I will get you a full report of what we were talking about, and we're going to need to, gather up the entire UN for a meeting or something, so we can all discuss.
was the
this,
intention
so
this
everybody
morning.
is on the same page.
That was the intention this morning,
For everybody.
unfortunately. We can try for
Wait,
something
so
tomorrow.
the meeting for this morning? The morning of the meeting of this morning was so everybody can be on the same page, or so everybody can meet up and say, "Oh yes, this is what we were supposed to be doing." Because I didn't get that memo.
So the meeting was for all of us to discuss the EU situation outside the portal.
I see. Okay.
But there was
Also,
no one.
Complications.
There was
Mm-hmm.
There was a lady this morning that came up to me really early. I didn't even have my coffee yet. I just literally not even my first sip of coffee. She came up to me and she was asking me about a classified. Okay. I almost got tribunaled. Apparently, I almost got arrested and thrown and had a tribunal. Yeah, apparently asking for a specific person's sample of blood is enough to throw you, because apparently I didn't know, but there's some red tape going around, and I can't tell you who it is, but I'm just saying that when I was trying to get blood samples of people around the base, one person in particular had some red tape that I was not aware of, and because I was asking for blood samples, well, I almost got tribunaled.
I see.
Fascinating to think about, though.
Perhaps. I wonder if it would be better if any news of the infection comes from locals rather than one of ours.
Well, that is why I wanted to discuss first with the doctors about, the infections first. That is why I was I didn't. When you came up to me and mentioned that, I was very surprised. All right. I didn't know that you were already, because I know she would have known, but I didn't know that you would have known.
Oh,
Both of us did not know.
until today.
Well, okay. But the symptoms from last week, your symptoms are related, so.
Symptoms, yes, but there was more details that we neither of us were aware of that we just found out.
Oh, okay. So you read the full report. Right.
Right. Well, leave you to it. Good luck and have a good evening.
I need to report back to base myself. I've got a lot to. I still need to finish up.
And I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question for you regarding this, Major. One moment. Come here.
Well,
I think we should probably get back.
In regards to how much.
No, let's walk and talk. Regarding what?
In regards to how much I am willing to share with Mr. Reporter, what should I be emitting? What should I be omitting? Should I be omitting Natalie's condition? Or how much is?
Do not keep Natalie as much out of as much as possible.
I figured because that I was trying to not mention names at all, but
Keep it as.
this is a more advanced version. Yes. I unfortunately knew about it because he was there at the beginning, and he accidentally let it slip to Dr. Owens.
Shit. It's imperative that we make sure that we keep Natalie's case as quiet as possible. We don't know what the outside will react or any other parties will do if they got more keyed into as far as us.
It was such an advanced. It's such an advanced case in her case. I know it's. I was looking at it. Her case against ours, and hers is far more advanced. And I don't know if it's because she's had more time, or if it is her own personal physiology that is allowing these changes.
Whatever the case, she's an outlier in the situation.
In ours. Exactly.
Dr. Ashino must keep this avoided as much as possible. Keep to the basic symptoms.
Basic symptoms, and just it's just in our blood cells, in our genetics. There we go. That is the words. It is changing our blood cells on a genetic level, and making our cells be having extra organelles that don't normally be there, that are actually very present in a lot, or if not most, all of the residents here on Outro. All of the blood samples that we've gathered from the residents here have had
the same
organelles in their cells.
Yep.
So it's something here. It's something here that is not present on Earth.
Yep, that's the key.
Speaking of which, have you seen the moons? Moons, plural.
What the hell? Huh.
It looks like ours. It is different color, and there is a much bigger one. I think it's set already. It's over there. It had rings on it. I don't know if you were able to see, but it was a much bigger moon. And it had rings. It looked like a solid Saturn.
What? That close? Holy shit.
Like you've seen photos of Saturn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know the pretty rings? Yeah, imagine a moon, our moon, with Saturn's rings.
This place has 2 moons.
Yeah. Yes, we are nowhere near. Well, okay. I was speaking to Dr. Owens. We are on a completely different planet. We are in the same solar system. That right there is the Milky Way. That right there is the Milky Way. That is the center of the Milky Way. But none of our constellations are matching any of these constellations, not even the remotest slightest, not even in the southern hemisphere. These are a completely new, there's that word again, configuration of stars. We are clearly,
Weather.
We are clearly not in Kansas anymore. If that hasn't been drilled home. Like, this isn't just an alternate, this isn't an alternate universe. This is a different planet altogether. Completely different. So not only are we literally outworlders, we are literally aliens to these people.
More and more questions.
I'm surprised Dr. Owens hasn't told you about this.
I haven't had the privy to. I've been so busy all day. I haven't had a chance to even get it even at sit rep.
He was very excited when he told me. You know, like a kid in a candy store. It was actually kind of cute when he was just around. But yes.
That's insane.
Oh yes. Have you seen the moons tonight? There are two of them. Who knows? I haven't seen any more. Maybe there are more. Also, that is a cluster galaxy.
A cluster galaxy. What?
We don't have. That is a cluster galaxy. Yes, you know how galaxies come in like 3 flavors? You know, there's ovals, there's spirals, and then there are clusters. Well, that is a cluster galaxy.
Don't you need to
We
use?
don't have any galaxies that close.
Yes.
On Earth.
The Hawking's, the microscope in Hawking's observatory. That's like one of the closest places we can even imagine to observe galaxies, and even then, it takes millions of dollars worth of equipment to even get a glimpse of them.
To even get a glimpse of cluster galaxies, we can see that is a cluster galaxy.
What the?
So close. Yeah. So we have a red moon, a Saturn moon, a cluster galaxy, and no constellation, no known southern constellations. No northern constellations either.
Where the hell are we?
Dr. Owens right now is trying to identify certain stars if we're in any sort of proximity to any of the major stars, you know, Vega, Betelgeuse, Altair.
Holy. Well, that's definitely something to sleep off of. Holy shit.
Welcome to Outro.
I'm learning the new definition of that every day.
I just hurt myself. Oh, okay. Ugh. You literally just saw me walk into the table. Oh, okay, I'm fine.
Let's go back and rest it off.
Yeah, let's go back to the base. Oh, I've had a day.
You've had the day.
Oh, Major, perhaps this would have been cleared with you, seeing as you're the highest authority. Maybe if I tell you, will I still get tribunaled?
About what?
About a certain specific person's blood sample?
That's up to you. As far as... Honestly, I wasn't even aware of any regulations as far as I was aware.
What? I will keep it to myself, just in case. Alright, never mind then. Just to be
However, if someone
certain,
is...
I don't want to put anybody's.
Although, if I do find out that I have personnel that are threatening the people here in the mission, I will make amends to see to that it's dealt with, one way or the other.
They weren't threatening. They weren't threatening me. It was more so that I should be very careful of who I'm like interacting with. Oh well, hold on. I'm stuck in.
Jump.
Jump. Jump. Jump. Jump.
Come through here. Come through here. Hug the wall.
Okay. Okay. I forgot that was there. All right. Oh, I lost my train of thought now.
Avoiding talking with certain people.
Yeah, apparently asking certain things of people can land you, in a tribunal. Even as something as simple as a blood test.
That's rather peculiar. I wasn't aware of any type of jurisdiction or protection on my end.
But yeah. Oh boy, that was definitely something to wake up to. And here I was
Well-
thinking it was just going to be, a normal day. Who's littering out here? How dare. Floating jugs.
If it does get to the point where you are being threatened as far as that, and if there's something I can potentially do, it's up to your volition if you wish to tell me. I can't force you, obviously.
So if I tell you, will it just be between the two of us? Will you have to report it?
Well, I've had made a lot of interesting promises today, so wouldn't be the first.
Just saying that. Well. Looking around, making sure. It was Mr. Brendevier's. Apparently, he is very much a VIP. I didn't know. And when I asked for a blood sample, one of the guards from, I don't know, she had the foreign accent, I think French or something, came right up to me and said that if I poked any further, it would lead to a tribunal.
Great.
There is a reason why he is wearing a uniform.
Wonderful. I'll be very careful what I use. I will be very careful with that information.
On a brighter note, I don't know if you know, but we have the vaccines and the antibiotics for typhoid fever now.
Yes, I'm glad to see that they're distributed at least.
So there are 2 up at the base, 2 in the medical tent in town, and 1 in Musel's hut. Just in case anybody gets sick and needs immediate treatment.
That's good. Least we can do is try to offer some support here. Try to help if we can. I'll definitely say it was a hell of a day. That's for sure. That's for certain. As for you, what else, Abe, as far as
Have you
that?
seen a bear go into anaphylactic shock?
No, I haven't. I'm sorry, what?
That's what happened. Apparently, our lovely resident bear man, Resner, he had an allergic reaction to someone's perfume and went into anaphylactic shock.
Really?
An EpiPen works on people, on the residents of Outro.
I see.
Yeah. I have samples of the perfume here. Apparently, it is an exotic form of the jasmine flowers. Some sort of hybrid.
Well, that's an interesting discussion. I am rather exhausted, so I'm probably gonna take my leave, if you
I will
don't.
be going up to my own bunk. So, thank you, Major.
And what I'll say is, be careful going forward. You might know there's many
Oh, yeah,
players around here.
I'll be very much much more careful of who I am asking for blood samples from now. At the very least.
Have a good night, Doctor.
I'm getting a door. I'm getting a door.
Aladdin was 1990. Yeah, pretty much. And Aladdin was 1990, so actually, it's been a whole lot.
Very weird.
Holy shit, the juice! The juice, the fucking juice I have. Holy crap. Oh my god, that was an episode. Thank you so much for the bits, Blue Moth. It's wonderful. I hope that was a spicy episode. I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was a lot of fun, not gonna lie. And I'm also really happy to see that my card actually can run the map really well. So that's really good. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Blue, thank you, FaZe. JK, I think, I'm sorry I wasn't able to, like, I was really deep in there, so, like, I'm sorry I couldn't keep a track of the conversation there, but, I'm not running my overlay right now, because it's something that, it's causing, like, my thing to go freaking out, so unfortunately, I can't really keep track of chat as much periodically, so, it's kind of like just blind, RP at this point. But thank you so much, dude, for everything, guys. I hope you have a wonderful night, and I will see